right now in Zoom. Yesterday, we ended up having 1,000 people in the Zoom and 300 people on YouTube. So this is going to be epic. Our goal is to hit 966 offers submitted through Privy on next Wednesday. Next Wednesday. It's going to be fun. So the goal of the day is we want to make sure everybody did their homework. So I'm going to go through that today. And we're going to go through the Google Sheet that we gave you guys. Caroline, are you in here today? I don't know if Caroline's in here today. I think she was texting me. She was saying she was going to be out for a little bit. There she is. She is here. I think she's talking about she'll be gone Monday or Tuesday of next week. What's up, Caroline?
Yo, I just need to hop out at 1 o'clock for that mastery thing.
Oh, okay.
I'm in here every day.
Will you turn your camera on so I can highlight you or spotlight you, and then you can turn your camera back off?
Yes. 1 sec.
So guys, the goal of the day is we're going to go through the 15 comping steps very quickly. I'm going to give them all to you right now. And then I'm going to show you a deal that we just comped that somebody sent to me. I'm going to tell you why it was not a good deal at the price they sent it to me and give you guys a little bit of information. And then you guys can ask a couple of questions and we'll solidify that. And then we're going to start practicing. I can't add you to the screen, so I will let you stay the way you are. Okay, so cool. Make sure you guys have filled out the spreadsheet. Go in there, put your information in there, and make sure you do. Rosie says, I did not do the homework pace. I do not know how to do Google Sheets. I did try, but didn't work. I apologize. I do have Privy. Okay, so Rosie, all we're going to do is we're going to click on Google Sheets. You don't really need to know how to do Google Sheets. You need to know how to do run a computer. That's really it. So when you tell me that, means that we're probably not so tech savvy, and that's perfectly fine. We are super happy to help people in this situation. So here's the Google Sheet, guys. I see a lot of people that have one accountability partner, but a lot of people missing their second and their third one. Ooh, look at this. People it came down here on the 1,000. Tracy Jenkins, love that. You have one person in here that is your accountability partner. Okay, we are missing, I'd say we're missing about 200-300 people in here. So guys, you need to go in here and all you have to do is scroll down, and you don't really need to learn how to do anything. Just type your name in here. Pace Morby is your name. Say what you are, your avatar. Some people don't know what their avatar is because they're not a student of ours. They don't understand what that means. Get your butt in there and fill this out, please. Okay. Jonathan Asbell says it's not working, which means you probably could have done it when less people were trying to do it. Brandon Shaw, do you have a question about something that pertains to what we're doing or just a general question? What do you got for me, Brandon?
Can you hear me? Hold on.
Yes, sir.
My question is about something about Privy, about how to do something in Privy. So I was just getting my hand up for Benson when he shows up. But
very cool. Okay, cool. Put your hand back up. I'll mute you. Jonathan, is that the same thing you have? You have a question about Privy? No, he has something else. Jonathan, what do you got for me, brother? You got to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
I sure can.
Yeah, you wanted me to go over with the issues with the search interface.
Oh, great. There you go. So we'll wait for him at the very beginning. We'll bring him in here in a second. Who's the person that asked for it? You guys like the transcriptions? Everybody likes that? You guys okay with that? Okay. Perfect. Adriana, do you have a question about Privy, or do you have a question that I can answer very quickly? Is it Privy? No. Okay. Hi, how you doing?
Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay. So last night well, of course it was high traffic with the spreadsheet, but then last night I checked again, and then it gave me a request for access or sign in as a different. I checked the email was correct, and I still hadn't gotten access, but I did go back and I clicked on the link and I got in, but of course now it's high traffic. So right now I just still have my one account. I have freaking 6 people, but I haven't been able to put the extra ones in. Just
That's okay. We'll just keep them written down, and just your homework needs to be reaching out to them and making sure everybody's in here. We've got 750 people in here.
Yep, I just checked with everybody. I'm waiting for one last person to give me a thumbs up that they're in.
Okay, cool. Love it. Thank you. Good. That's exactly what the homework was. Thank you. That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The homework for everybody, just to reiterate, is to get your accountability partners, make sure they're in here. We have officially submitted to Guinness, the World Record Committee, for this challenge. We are going to break a world record. We're going to submit 966 offers. Okay. 966 offers in one day. It is going to be epic. Absolutely epic. Who's freaking excited about it? You guys, you know, I wore my jersey because it's freaking game time. You know what I'm saying? All right, cool. For any of you guys that are on YouTube, I think there are people over there on YouTube. There's usually a couple hundred people over there. I usually put the Zoom link in the chat. Zoom's a better place for you guys to be, just FYI, because you get to interact with everybody in here. So I'm going to give you guys the link, throw that over on YouTube. If you guys want to come over here, you're more than welcome to. This is a free challenge. We're not selling anything. I will sell my signed jersey. Okay, just so you know, when we break the world record and I'm wearing a jersey, I'll sign it and sell it for $20 billion. It is for sale.
I hope everybody has their sports bra on.
Yes. Does everybody have their sports bra on, or at least make sure you're wearing your underwear? Love it. Anthony says yes. I'm not wearing Barkley, unfortunately. I did love Barkley. I'm wearing Steve Nash. I loved Steve Nash. All right, cool. So here's what we're going to do right out of the gate, guys. I'm going to bring Molly, my operations manager, up here. You guys got to love Molly. She's super cool, and she knows a thing or two. She represents my couple of companies for me, our acquisition team, and she also represents my lending business. And she's going to come up here, and her and I spent some time going through and actually finalized the list of everything you guys need to know on the comping steps. You guys want to know the comping steps without having to go through it for 4 hours? Because I got it for you. All right. We gave it to you, and we're going to show you guys some really cool stuff. Molly and I are going to do a presentation, and then we're going to go back. So pay attention, because some of you guys are going to get lost. Are you okay with being lost and just chilling for a little bit and watching Molly and I comp a property real quickly, and then going back and walking you guys through it so we can start comping properties today? Is everybody good with that? Let's do the thing. It's game time, baby. Let's go. All right. Let me bring on Molly. Molly, good golly, Miss Molly. What's up, Molly? How you doing?
What's up? Do I sound okay?
You sound great.
Okay. Thanks.
Sound great. She has a snowball or something. I don't know. She was telling me about snowballs. Who knows? There it is.
The snowball.
All right, everybody say hi to Molly. Say hi to Molly. We're going to comp a property in Atlanta, Georgia that somebody sent us via email. I'm going to walk you guys through a couple of things. And I'm going to teach you guys how we comp, and we're going to show you guys 15 steps really quick. First and foremost, step number one, here's what it is. You guys ready for this? I'm going to put the thing on pause so you guys can steal this from me. You guys can screenshot this. Okay. And yes, of course, we will share it. We'll email it to you guys. Somebody will ask the second I say, yes, I'll email it to you. Somebody go, so will he email it to me? Wait, so is he going to share it? Wait, did somebody screenshot that? Right?
And if any of you were with me on the Zooms that I did last week, this is the same spreadsheet that he's talking about here. It's the same spreadsheet I gave all of you.
People are going to be like, wait, what? All right, so here we go, guys. There are 15 steps to this. We went through 6 of them already as a group yesterday. Here are the 15 steps. I'm going to go through them very quickly, okay? Number 1, we're going to determine our goal. Oh, I don't like that. Okay, so we're going to determine our goal, which is to come up with the true ARV, the after repair value. Then we're going to come up with the renovation budget. We're going to teach you guys how we come up with renovation budgets. And then we're going to come up with the MAO. How did we determine today that our MAO down here, if you can look, it was $100,000. We're going to show you guys that, okay? Step number 2, open Privy and insert the subject property in the search bar. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to give you guys the address. I want you guys to follow along. We are going to go a little quicker. Okay. Guys, please do not send me private messages. Okay. My wife will not approve of those private messages. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. There's the address, 1431 Richland Road, Atlanta, Georgia. Claudia says hashtag 966 squad. I do agree with that. Can you make it bigger? No. Can you put it on your, can you get it on? Ooh, look at that. Samuel put a screenshot up there. That's really good. Can I make it bigger? I wish I could. Unfortunately, this type of screen will not allow me to do that. So I will give it to you guys. I'll copy and paste it to you. How about that? We'll see if I can put it probably be like the message is too long. Yeah, it's too long. Okay, sorry. You might want to type it out yourself, or we'll email it out to everybody that has Privy sometime later today. All right. So open up Privy. Everybody, the address is in the side chat right there. It's about 4 or 5 inches up. Somebody won't look up. They'll go, where's the address? I'm going to give it to you one more time. Maria, please stop sending me private messages. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my word. I'm going to karate chop people that send me private messages. Please do not do that. I do not love that. 1431 Richland Road, Atlanta, Georgia. So what I want you guys to do is open up your Privy. Okay. And I'm going to do a new share. I'm going to open up my Privy and we are going to comp this property for you. Now, is Benson here? I think Benson is here. So let's pop Benson up here and he can tell me if I'm screwing up. He can tell me if he likes the way I do things. He can be like, yeah, do that. That's great. Benson, how you doing, bro?
Fantastic.
Love it. So Molly and I came up with a 15-step framework for comping a property the way that we do it. And then I'm going to walk through it. You tell me where I screwed up, where I didn't screw up, what you like about it, what you didn't like about it. And if I have a technical question, I got you by my side right now, which is super cool.
I actually have a question for you. Is it 1431 Richland Road Southwest?
Yes, that's a great point. It's something that I was going to point out right in my search bar on Privy. Okay, because I want people to learn this, is that sometimes somebody will send you an address. So guys, check this out. I'm going to open this up for you and I'm going to show you where this actually came from. Okay, where do these properties come from? How did I get this deal? Because I got to teach you guys this stuff. At some point, you got to be taught this stuff and we are going to break it all down for you. So give me just a moment and I'm going to show you where this came from. Little screen share action. 918 people in here. Good to see everybody. Super happy to have you in here. All right, so here's the email I got. Shout out Andrea who gave me this opportunity to look at this deal. It's obviously not a secret. Okay, it's not a secret because she actually has this property under contract. So there's no reason I can't share this with you guys. She actually controls the contract. So Andrea says, hey, this is Andrea. This was yesterday at 9 a.m. So right before the challenge. She says, we're a real estate investment company located in Atlanta. I'm reaching out. I have a property at 1431 Richland Road, Atlanta, Georgia, 30310. Here's what's going to happen. A lot of times the people that send you the address are not giving you the complete address. So don't overthink that. Don't let that razzle you. Okay, we're just going to take that 1431 Richland Road. I'm actually going to copy and paste exactly what she gave me just to show you guys something, what I love about Privy. Okay, and what else do you guys see in here? She says she's asking for 185 or best offer. Additionally, I'm attaching some pictures for you to better analyze it, okay? So I will give you guys the photos in the side chat. So if you guys want to go through the photos yourself, I'll give that to you guys. Somebody's going to go, wait, what? I don't see them. They're in the side chat. Google Drive right there. There's the link. So let's go back. 1431 Richland Road, Atlanta, Georgia. Step number 1 is we already know. We're going to look for our ARV. We're going to look for our renovation budget, and then we're going to come up with our MAO today. All right. So of course I'm in Kansas City. I don't know what I was doing in Kansas City, but whatever. Kansas City's cool. So I'm going to go over here. Upper left-hand corner is the search bar, guys. You can throw in any address. And look what's good. And Privy's so smart. Privy's like, that's not a complete address, guys. I'm going to come down here and go, you know what? Privy probably knows better than the person who sent the address to me. So I'm going to click on that address. And sure enough, there's our property. So that's step number 2. Pretty simple. We're already second step through our 15-step process. Here's a couple of things you're going to notice right out of the gate, that this property is actually pending. Okay, so step number 3 on our steps is, let me do a little new share. Sorry guys for having to bounce back and forth. I just want to make sure you have the steps. Step number 3 is sniff out your property. Get a basic understanding of the property. If I asked you about the property, could you tell me about it without looking at the screen? Do not move on to step number 4 if you cannot tell me about the property without looking at the screen. Okay, so for example, somebody's going to say, well, tell me about the property. I can go, okay, it's 1,100 and it's over 1,100 square feet. It is a 2-bed, 1-bath, built in 1950. It has no covered parking, just has a concrete slab. And the price, it is listed on the MLS. I can see that on Privy. It is listed on the MLS, and it is under contract. It is pending. It is pending right now, and somebody's trying to sell it to me for $185. What does that tell you? That means that the wholesaler has this under contract for $165, and they're trying to wholesale it to me for $185. Am I okay with that? 1,000% I'm okay with that. I'm okay with somebody making $20,000 as long as my number works. Okay, so that's me. I'm like, all right, I got it. I'm looking at the photos. All right, great. Now the photos I want to look at are the ones that the wholesaler sent to me, and I'm going to go through these, and I'm going to get a gut feel for the property. There's 4 levels of renovation that I look at, okay? 4 levels of renovation. Renovation level number 1 is going to be, and some people want to follow along with my notes so much that I will switch over to this just real quickly. People want to have a guideline all the time. So I want to give you that guideline. If you look right here to determine your renovation, I'm just kind of always looking, look right here. Is it a lipstick? Is it a basic reno? Is it a gut job, or is it a destroyed property? Okay, those are the 4 things I'm looking at when I'm looking at a property. Is it a lipstick? Is it a basic reno? Is it a gut, or is it a destroyed property? What would you guys say? Okay, I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna tell you why I think it's a destroyed property. This paneling's destroyed. The landscaping is absolutely out of control, but that's super easy to fix. The roof needs to be repaired. There's no trim. The windows are boarded up. Okay. My electrical panel's been ranjacked, and this is going to have to be completely replaced anyway. Okay. Somebody came in and stole the copper. Okay. The stoop is messed up. The paneling and all that stuff on the house is completely done. Now, just wait till you get into the inside of the house, guys. Okay. Ooh, all right. So I got plaster falling off the walls. I got holes in the walls popping up. If you can see the outside from the inside of the house, we got a destroyed property. That's my personal opinion. The floorboards are destroyed. One thing that's cute about these Atlanta houses is these fireplaces, so good thing that's intact. But this property, in my opinion, is complete. There's not one thing that's salvageable in this property. Okay, not one thing other than the fireplace that is salvageable. Even the wood floor is going to be really tough when you got holes in your wood floor that have been cut open for whatever reason. Do you guys think this is a gut job or a destroyed job? You're going to have to rebuild. Okay, a lot of people are saying tear down, so I'm going to say destroyed. It's basically a destroyed property. Nothing in this house is going to be salvageable. Even the trim, the windows, everything. Okay.
So I've never heard the term destroyed. I hear, gut to like tear down. So there's a middle tier there that's between. Yeah.
A tear down would be that there's no way I can use the structure at all. It just needs to be tear down. I use the word destroyed because what happens is a gut job, people don't understand what a gut means. I walk in and everything needs to be remodeled, right? A destroyed property means everything needs to be repaired and then remodeled. So all the electrical, all the plumbing, all the things you don't see, everything needs to be repaired, like framing. A gut job, a lot of times, if you walk in, you go, you know what, everything needs to be remodeled in here. It's a full gut, like all the flooring, the baseboard, the bathrooms, the kitchen, the this, the that, the drywall, the popcorn, all those types of things. That's a remodel. A repair and remodel means my electrical bit has been jacked up, my framing, my floorboards, things that I can't see. I'm going to have to open up the walls and I'm going to have to repair and rebuild those walls and then renovate. So for me, if I'm looking at a tear down is a literal tear down. It means I'm scraping that lot. And that is a whole other conversation that I probably want to avoid. Hey guys, if you guys are lenders, Gator lenders, please stop spamming the side chat today. Just give me one day where we don't get spammed in the side chat. If you're a Gator lender, here's how you become a lender. Okay. Build relationships with people in the side chat. Okay. This is not a teardown, Jen Shelton. No, this is not a teardown. I could rebuild this. Okay. I can rebuild this. To me, this is a destroyed property. Okay. So I look at the property and here's my gut check. Here's my sniff. Okay. My sniff is it's already on the market. That means that the seller has already listed it through an agent. We can see the agent right there, Aisha Thomas. The agent is obviously under contract with this investment group that is wholesaling the property from $165 to $185. Not a big deal at all. I don't mind people making $20,000. In fact, I want everybody to make $20,000. That's the spirit in which I follow. Cool. So I've got a 2-bed, a 1-bath, 1169, etc. Now I can rehearse that to anybody. If I close my eyes. Okay, Agnes, less questions. Stop overthinking. Okay. So here's the thing. If I can rehearse all of that to somebody without looking at my screen, that means I've done enough of a sniff job. Does that make sense, everybody? Give me a yes. So when people say, well, what if I ask you a question? I go, hey, Agnes, tell me about this property. I would want you to say, oh, that's a great question, Pace. The property is on Richland Road. It's currently a 2-bed, 1-bath, 1169. It is basically destroyed. Everything needs to be repaired and remodeled in it. And it was built in 1950, no parking, and it's currently pending on the MLS at 165, and somebody sent it to me for 185. Perfect. Great. I love it. Okay, so once I do that, then here's my next step. My next step is to go to step number 4. I now know what my property is. I'm going to determine my area using the pencil feature and avoid large roads, neighborhood transitions, large bodies of water, freeways. Guys, please, Angel. Why, Angel? Why do you have to draw on my stuff? Bro, please erase your knucklehead mark. Please, please. This is why we can't have nice things. This is why people don't put carpet in their house. Because people pee on their carpet. Stop peeing on my carpet. Okay. Now we got to look at this. You just peed on my carpet. Angel, can you please get your knucklehead eraser off and erase that, please? I can delete it. How do I delete it? Caroline? I would make you co-host, but you didn't want to have your camera on.
You see what happens when you bring 1,000 people into a Zoom?
There's always a knucklehead. There's always somebody that's like, you know what?
He didn't
Nobody's
mean to
paying
do it,
attention
I'm
to
sure.
me. Let me just mess shit up. Let me just piss on the carpet. I'm here at a party and everybody's having a good time, sipping their little soda or whatever it is that people do at parties. I'm just going to go over in the corner and take a piss and nobody's going to know.
Nobody's going to know.
Your pants are down. I can tell you're peeing right now. I can tell. Everybody knows that you mess with my screen, Angel. Don't make me karate chop you. Okay?
Poor Angel. He's like, I don't even know how I did that. I'm so sorry, bro.
Ironically, he's probably doing it while he's peeing. Okay, so it's no big deal. All right, it's gone. Perfect. So we're going to determine our search area. So let's all do that together. Everybody, please open your Privy. I like how Nathaniel, you have no shirt on. Please show us your muscles. Yes, I'm talking to you. Yes. Show me your muscles, dog. You're naked. Show me your 2 arms. But there you go. Boom. Homeboy's
And he's
like,
got his hand up. So he's like up on the front of the screen. Like you put your hand up, we can see you first.
yes, so good. Okay, so we're going to do the pencil feature. So guys, with me, please, everybody with me, take the address that is here, 1431 Richland Road. Privy actually gave us the correct address. And we're going to do the pencil search feature together. We're going to quickly do that. Some of you guys will have questions, and that's no problem. You're more than welcome to have questions. just ask your accountability partner on a lot of this stuff. Now, Benson, I'm glad you're here because what I did earlier is this has saved my search from previous and it's only pulling up 23. Is there any way I can reset this like entire thing, or is this total? Did I already reset it? It's all good.
As long as you clicked reset, it should take it back to baseline.
Okay, cool. I'm at baseline. So I'm going to click reset. I've got 23 sold. Okay. So I don't like this map because I see a few things I'm not super excited about. Right? If you go back to your checklist and your checklist says, determine our search area, use the pencil feature and avoid large roads, neighborhood changes. I'll switch that out because somebody will be like, why do you want me to avoid neighborhoods? Avoid neighborhood changes, large bodies of water, freeways, county borders, and state lines. Okay. Those are just some of the basic ones that you want to avoid. Okay. Now we're going to go back over to Privy and we will do the pencil feature. So here's the pencil feature right here. So you see my magical little arrow over here. Here's my pencil. Somebody's going to say, I can't find the pencil. It's because you're not on the right screen. Please ask your accountability partner to show you. See, these are right here in here, guys. I don't like these because they are across the street of White Street and Donnelly. These are pretty big main thoroughfares. And I don't like that. So I'm going to go over here and I'm going to kind of just track this little area. I like these.
Margie's asking about large bodies of water. So in other words, if your property is not on a large body of water, don't go comp it to a property that is on a large body of water.
All right, cool. We're going to do a little bit less tech support for the next 30, 40 minutes. Okay. If you guys can't see my screen, that's because maybe I'll do a new share. Maybe that's what it is.
I could see it just fine.
Yeah.
All right. Everybody see it now? Give me a yes in the side comments. I reshared it.
For those of you that can't see it, look at the bottom on the panel where you have all your apps. There's a little blue circle with a camera in it, a white camera. Sometimes it gets hidden behind another page or something. Click that and it'll bring it to the front.
Okay, so I'm going to show you guys this one more time. Here's the reset button. This is the magic reset button. Boom, reset, done, went back. I'm going to go to my pencil one more time. I don't like these over here because they cross two main thoroughfares. I'm going to hit this little pencil doohickey kebabber, and I'm going to go and kind of circle these things because I like them. Make it look like a Hershey kiss. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here and I have now determined my search area. That is step number 4, determining your search area. Now, going into step number 5. Step number 5 is remove the enemies. Okay. Is this apples to apples? Look for your twin or a brother, sister, or a cousin. This is an analogy we use a lot of times in comping. Is a twin is an identical property. It's a twin. It's same square footage, same year built, same neighborhood, same street, probably even next door. Benson talked about this yesterday as a 4-star comp. I call it a twin. We don't have a twin, or at least we don't know. We're going to look for the twin, and I'll show you guys why there is no twin. And then if you don't find a twin, look for a brother, sister, somebody that is obviously in the right family, just a little bit different, right? You guys ever look at your brother and your sister and you go, oh, obviously you have the same parents. It's obvious, okay? That's how obvious housing is as well. Okay. Then what we want to do is we want to get rid of the enemies, the ones that are so absolutely obvious that they're not a good fit. Okay. And in that process, what we're going to do is also kind of take step 6, which is find properties that our house or your house that you're looking at could turn into. And we're going to then sniff test those. And we're only going to look at closed properties. So let's switch back to the map. Okay. Switch back to the map. We are looking at our search area. Everybody should have this. I'm going to scroll down, and the first thing that I'm going to look at, the most important thing that I'm going to look at, me personally, is year built. Okay. We've got some 1920s in here, guys. These are some old boys. 1920s. I'm going to hide these. And if you look over on the left-hand side, these 2 buttons, I'm sure Benson's probably going to change these buttons at some point because I fat-fingered these this morning as well. And also, I'm really dumb. So when I saw the eyeball, I didn't even realize there was a scratch through it. And I was like, oh, look at the property. And I saw the eyeball and I thought it was just a really long one single eyelash that was across the eyeball. And I was like, oh, really? That's a really pretty eyeball. And I clicked on it thinking I was going to go to the property, but what it does is hide it. So I'm sure they're working on that because we got a lot of fat fingers in this group, but
It is something we're absolutely working on.
cool,
And
cool.
Benson, where do those go when you hide them?
They go into the netherworld.
Yes.
Oh, the ether. Okay.
The ether.
Got it. Mhm.
So reset and they come back, but they
Okay.
never come back the same.
Yeah, they come back a little bit tainted.
They're always, yeah.
Okay, it's cool. So I'm gonna get rid of a couple of these guys. So I'm gonna get rid of People's Street. I'm gonna get in a Lawton Street because these are like 1920s. I'm honestly gonna be okay with like, back in this year range, technology didn't really change from like 1930 to 1970 too much. So I'm gonna leave the 1930s in here. And I'm gonna say, all right, good. I'm good on the year built filter and getting rid of the enemies. I'm now gonna get rid of the enemies on square footage. Okay, I don't want anything that's too big. Okay. Let's see here. So Montreat Street is 1330 and 1309, 1302, 1300, 1300, 1300. So like 120 square feet larger. I'm probably okay with these ones, to be honest, because they're within the range. So here's the thing of the square footage in the range, everybody. Your square footage range, Benson, do you do 15% or do you do 10% plus or minus?
We do 15%. And it actually
Okay.
scales. We scale when it's really large properties. It doesn't have to be exactly 15%, but we do 15% on smaller properties.
Okay,
And
cool.
then
So on this
new
example,
versions-
guys, we're just going to do 15% plus or 15% minus, and 15%, it still captures that 1,300 square foot range. So we're going to keep that in here. All right. Is everybody following along? We feeling good? We're going to keep cruising along. Okay, cool. Now I'm going to go in here and I'm going to then look at the date they were sold is super important for me. And I'm going to say, okay, it's similar. So, similar square footage. I've got, they got 3-bed, 1-bath. I'm okay with that. I don't like this one right here. I don't like this 4-bed, 3-bath. I don't think our house is ever going to be a 4-bed, 3-bath. I'm actually going to hide this one. I don't like it. And let's see. And the date they were sold. So we got some really fresh boys. And I'm going to go in here and I'm going to start getting rid of some ones that are really old. Okay. If a comp is really old, right? This means that it was sold in February of this year. Do you think an appraiser, guys, is going to look at this as a good comp for us? Is this a good comp for us? Give me a yes or no in the comments. So pretty obvious, right? We're going to then go to the date sold. So I'm going to get rid of this one because it was sold in February. That's no longer viable. And I'm actually going to get rid of the ones in March as well. Okay. 1, 2, 3. All of the ones in March I'm getting rid of. And I'm going to keep the ones that are a couple months old. And I'm going to favor the ones that are a little bit newer. All right. You guys seeing how we're kind of just getting rid of the ones that don't match? Does that make sense?
You guys, everyone comps a little bit differently. So when people are talking about, sometimes someone says going
Well,
back. in
Jared
time-
Wallen says, why does Jamil say better to go back in time than to leave the subdivision? Because here's the thing. Would you rather compare an apple that's brand new to an apple that's 2 months old? Or would you rather compare an apple that's brand new to an orange that's 2 months old? Don't leave the neighborhood, right? Stay with apples to apples. It's better to stay apples to apples. Neighborhood and proximity is very, very critical. Okay. Does that make sense, Jared?
We have plenty of comps here to compare to though. So
And by the way, we have so many comps here. Is there anything else that I should try and get rid of, Benson, off the top of your head?
Can you scroll down a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. So all the beds and baths are within reason. You talked about making adjustments. Is that what you're going to talk about today, about value adjustments for additional bedrooms or bathrooms?
Yeah, I'm going to get to that a little bit later today. I think the big thing that we should get rid of are some of the big lots. Like you look at this 14,000 square foot lot. I think that doesn't make sense because, guys, what's the size of our lot? It's literally half the size. And because we have plenty of other comps, I actually think we're going to get rid of this one. If you already have things that are really similar, then why even keep ones that are double the size, right?
One
So
thing I would have thought about Pace about that one is that it was renovated. So the value in having that renovated comp there to help prove ARV, even though the lot was a little bit too large.
Mhm.
In the future, I think that could be something you would debate. Be like, okay, I want to keep this one because I know it was renovated. It's going to help me with ARV instead of maybe hiding one that has a really large lot where it's unrenovated, right?
Right. Here's the thing is when you guys are lacking renovations and lacking things like, look at this one. This property is going to end up, look at the square footage. They went up to 1170, right? They went up to 1170 square feet, which is our square footage, 1170. I'm liking that. I like that it was a 3-2-3-2 with the same square footage. We still have a 2-1, so we would have to add a bedroom and a bath. It's within 2 years of our build, and that property, where is that property? 345. Let's see, where is
Down in
that?
the right corner. There you go.
346. Okay, so it's just a couple of streets over, just right around the corner. So it's close enough. I'm liking it. I'm okay with it. Benson's making great suggestions. The problem is, guys, we have a lot of stuff to look at. Okay. For me, I have one that I really like. This is my personal flavor, and I'm going to now look at this property, 1313 Avon. All right. What does this tell you right out of the gate, by the way?
Look
This
at
is
the
current- this
cardboard
is-
over the windows.
It's funny that these are the you got the masking paper from the painter on the inside of the windows. So this is definitely a flip. Okay. We don't know who is sold by. Now, Benson, if I'm looking at this, what do you typically look at? Are you looking at the before and after photos just so you can see what was done and what is going on?
Yeah, absolutely. You want to see, was this a complete destroyed, project like you mentioned? Because if it was destroyed, you don't know what's behind those walls. Like, what if they just cut corners on a destroyed property? There's water coming in. Did they mediate the mold properly or remediate the mold? If it's really destroyed, that scares me a little bit when you see a brand new renovation, because there's so many things that you just can't see.
Right. All right. So I look at this one and I'm like, okay, I like this. I think that this is a pretty good match for what we're looking at. So I'm going to go back to our CMA. So this one is, again, it ended up being a 3-bed, 2-bath. Okay. They have 1 parking space off the street. They're within a couple of square feet or a couple of years within us. Single story. Love all this stuff. Okay, so 346. This is what our property could be. Now,
And by the way, people are asking about that lot. That's probably just a typo from the agent.
yeah, no, agents don't make mistakes.
No,
Never.
they're licensed.
Hey, calm down with the agent talk, boys.
All right, cool. So here we go. I've got my little area. I'm going to do this all over again. I like that little spot. That was really good. And let's see, what did we go through? Just to remind everybody, we went through year built, let's see, where did I go on that? 1945.
I'm gonna there's a recurring question here I want to answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Some people are asking why they have investor comps, the blue one on theirs and you don't. It's because if you have those, you likely just ran a deal search and you had deal criteria that was saved in your system, and it's applying that same deal criteria to this property. So that's why you have blue.
Cool. So here's another property. Okay, guys, I really like this one. This one's really good too. This one's within our range. Okay, within our year built area, because it was kind of the same technology back in the day. They're about 100 square feet larger than us, and you can tell this is a renovated, fresh remodel. I like this. So I'm going to go through and just kind of see a gut check of what our property could look like. So this is 355. If we added 100 square feet to ours, we have the potential. If we had 100 square feet more, to sell for 355. So let's look at this. All right. It's got brick. I like that. I like the brick. It's cute. They've got a cute front outdoor patio thing that probably cost them about $7,000 to $12,000, somewhere in that range. I like that they put a brand new fence around it. They painted the brick. Here's what I'm noticing as I'm going through. Cheap laminate. And when I say cheap, I mean inexpensive, not crappy. I'm so very sorry. It's a bad word to use. But let's go through. They've got an inexpensive barn door. They didn't even take have the trouble to put ceiling fans or any can lights anywhere. So they really scrimped and saved. They didn't even remove this post. This post would have cost probably about $5 to $10,000 to remove this post and put some load bearing in the walls. Really silly that you would leave this post in the middle of a room, right? It's really silly that you would do that, but you know, it is what it is. You're just looking at your competition. All right, cool. Laminate floors, new trim, really inexpensive refrigerator, inexpensive appliance package, but still cute. And what do you notice? Do they have a back? Jen Shelton says, what are can lights? Well, they're recessed lights, these ones. So they put them in the kitchen and then one right here in the hallway. Those are the only ones they have in the house. No backsplash. Okay. Not a big deal, but you know, they're obvious. This is obvious that they were saving money, right? Doing this as inexpensive as possible. Here's a bedroom. Cool. New windows, new doors, basic Home Depot tile and basic Home Depot fixtures. This is a Home Depot mirror. Home Depot. Everything they bought here was from Home Depot.
It's a Home Depot special.
Yep, Home Depot special. And then here, look here. Benson made a comment. He said, you know, you can notice when they have redone something, but not completely redone it. If you look at the ceiling in here, you'll notice that the imperfections in the drywall. This means this was the old drywall. They just basically cleaned it up and painted over it. They didn't redo all the drywall in the house, which would normally be a gut job. A gut would be like, I'm re-smoothing out all the texture. I'm making everything, you know, full renovation. No carpet, which I like. What are they missing on the shower, guys? What are they missing?
Glass.
A door.
Right. So that just tells you how inexpensive of a job they were doing. If you look at how is a woman going to do her makeup when she has no mirror?
And there's no light fixture above like the mirror where you would get ready, right? There's no light.
This is a customizable property, right? You just have to reframe it.
It's a blank slate.
Yeah, there you go. I like that. It's a blank slate.
Yeah, blank slate. Make it your own. Customize.
This is a really good closet, by the way. Imagine you guys put like built-in closets in here. This would actually be really nice. I like that they have this big of a walk-in closet. This must be the addition. They must have an addition here. Oh, there's an addition, like a little butt, right? You guys can tell if you go to Miami, you can tell when people have
What
fake
is that
butts.
did they do a little like patch job? You see like where there's a little bit of siding? Yeah.
Yeah.
What is that? I wonder.
So, there you go. But
Home
this is
Depot
cute.
shed attached
This is like
to
a
the
Home
house.
Depot shed. You see that little window right here? You can tell that's the closet. Okay, cool. I like the backyard. I think that they did a good job on cleaning up the fence. I think it's really cute. The fence won't last a long time, but it looks really good. And I like I like what they did. Really, everything was inexpensive, but they made it look good. They did the best with what they had. So I look at this and I say, you know what? If we added 100 square feet to our property and we did this level of renovation, I could see that our ARV could be 355.
Mhm.
Okay. Do we all agree with that, guys? We're going to show you how to come up with a renovation cost here in a second. You guys ready for that? We have a quick guide on this. Okay.
Hey, so how much easier is it for you to do this due diligence when you got these photos? Right.
Like 1,000 times. This is, by the way, I've done, I don't know, 10,000 comps on MLS. This is way easier, by the way.
I'm a licensed agent, Benson, and I actually always pop things in Privy first. And then if I can't get all the information I need, I refer back to the MLS.
The photos are just it's so much more, it's like qualitative versus quantitative comping, right? Quantitative is like the numbers. You look at the numbers, you can see that it's got somewhere square feet, same bedrooms, bathrooms, stories, square footage. But where the qualitative difference is in seeing these photos and actually knowing what's driving value, I don't know how people do ARV any other way, honestly.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And then I also, a couple of things for you guys. You guys need to understand how appraisers work. As a 1297 Richard.
Richland.
Really? Richland Road? Where? Oh, Southwest. Okay. There we go. Boom. Okay. So guys, that's a cutie. Look at this. These guys did a good job. So here's a couple of things. Same square footage, 1170, 3-bed, 2-bath. Okay. Really good one. I like it. Let's go through this one. It's sold at 390. Year built. Lots a little bit bigger, but that's not enough to really matter. All brand new everything. They did a great job. I can tell you already the renovation, higher end renovation. They spent more money on, they actually put a backsplash in, a little bit nicer cabinets than just the Home Depot regulars. You can't, this little trim piece at the top, that doesn't come at Home Depot. They had a cabinet guy do this cabinet. Gas range, that's really nice. I don't like the microwave on the counter, but the appraiser doesn't give a crap about that. Ceiling fans, real barn doors. These guys did a great job. Shower doors. Look, and also zero edge on the shower. Damn. Ooh, what? That's dope. I love this. They did a great job. Killed it. Killed it. Killed it. Ooh, look at that yard.
We're not going to compete with that yard.
That's a tough yard to compete with. That's a nice one. I like, ooh, look how big that lot is. That extra 2,000 square feet back there makes a big difference. And they actually cleared out all the trees. Atlanta, the biggest problem in Atlanta are the trees. All my Atlanta properties they kill me.
That lot actually looks way bigger than 10,000 square feet.
Sure does.
It does. It looks double. It probably looks like 16, 17,000 square feet. Okay, so 390. This one is in the area, so I would say 390. You know what? I'm gonna give you guys the benefit of the doubt on this one. Okay, what I'm gonna do. I don't think, it's right down the road. How do I get to my property?
You got to go back a couple of times because you searched out of yours.
I researched, didn't I? Because I'm a knucklehead.
You could have gone back to your CMA and you didn't.
Oh, back to my search. What was my address again?
1431. Was it West? Tell me, people. West Richland? Richland Southwest.
Okay, cool. Sorry, guys. It's tough to run this and do all the things. Okay, Richland. You're all wrong. I'm just going to copy and paste it. How about that? Richland Road, 1431 Richland Road. Here we go. Boom, boom. All right, cool. Let's click on my poop sheet. Go down here. Love it, love it, love it. Where's that 390? That's the one I want. Where's the 390?
Right. You click on it to the right of the, there you go.
Okay, I like that. Okay, I like the 390. Look how close it is, right? We're on the same freaking street. So you guys think that that's a good comp?
When did this sell?
Let's see.
May 24th.
May. Okay, not too long ago. A couple months ago. So this is a good comp. I'm going to say that our that's the high comp. Now, Molly, when we have a comp that's 355 that has a lower renovation and 390 that has a higher level renovation with a bigger lot, where do you think we should be on our ARV?
I would always anticipate you're probably going to get the lower amount. I wouldn't say you're going to get the higher amount guaranteed, especially if you only have one. We also have that other one that's 346. So that 355 and 346 number are pretty close to each other. So if we're talking about 390 versus those two, could you get more, but don't guarantee yourself more.
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that our ARV is somewhere between 355 and 390 if we do a little bit nicer renovation. I'm going to say that our ARV for this property, same square footage, if we can add a bed and a bath, I'm going to say that we will end up at 365. I'm going to say I could, if I did the same renovation, I have a smaller lot, I would say 365. How do you feel about that?
I think that's fair.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Brian says 360. Okay. Tigger says she likes it. Okay. Got it. So when you guys hear this, when you guys hear Benson yesterday and the day before talk about how comping is not a science, somewhat it's an art. This is where a lot of times you have to have accountability partners. Okay. At the end of the day, you have to make a determination for your own business. And by the way, when I comp, I'm not comping like a wholesaler. I'm comping like I'm buying the property. And if you guys want to be recognized in this industry, comp like you're going to be the person investing in the property yourself. Don't be one of those wholesalers that's saying, well, there's an ARV of 390. It's okay to say,
that's what they would say.
you know, they'd be like, it's the market's hot and that we have a
400.
390. This, by the time you list it, you could sell it for 415.
Yeah.
Right. So be the smart wholesaler and say, I've got 3 comps that I like. One of them's on the same street, a stone throws away at 390 with a high-end remodel. Another one's middle of the range remodel at 355 with a smaller lot. So you'll probably be somewhere in between there. Okay. Has anybody flipped a house and then figured out what your profit's going to be before you buy the property, and then you find out you made exactly what you planned on? Welcome to real estate. Okay. So just take that into consideration. So now, do you feel like we've got a good vibe for the other 3 properties that we've looked at? Everybody got a good vibe? Have we sniffed them out enough? And do you understand what the sniffing means? Like, year built, how big, what do they look like, et cetera. We're kind of seeing the proximity. Are we vibing that? We feel good? Do we know if I was a fix and flipper, what I would have to do to our property on Richland to turn it into a 355 or a 390 property? Do we all understand that? Give me a thumbs up or a yes or something. So people, I will ask this question. How many properties should we look at? Guys, we typically want to look at 2, 3 minimum. Okay. And if we're having fun, it's early morning, maybe it's Saturday morning, I'm chilling with a cup of coffee. I don't drink coffee, but if I was drinking coffee, I'd probably maybe have fun talking about 3 or 4 of them. Or if I'm unsure, I would dig deeper, but I'm pretty sure. Okay. So let's go back to the screen share. By the way, 1,000 people in here. Guys, what's the goal by next Wednesday? For people that did not join, Benson, I don't know if you know this. Maybe you heard this earlier. Did you know that we submitted to the Guinness Book Committee?
I did hear it. And I heard you say it yesterday too. And I thought it was just like a cool little thing to get people rah-rah. But I didn't know if someone was actually going to follow through and do it.
Yep,
Like,
we did. One of our sub 2 students submitted.
In this group. That's kind of neat.
What's neat about our group is that I say something and somebody goes, that's a good idea. And they just go freaking get it done. It's great.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Here we go. Let's go back to this. You guys all feeling good about this step? I'm going to now tell you the next step. All right. So we have determined our ARV. What do you guys think? Let's take a little vote. Are we at 360, 365, 370? What are we at, guys? Let's do a gut check. People are saying 360, 365, 370s. I think I'm going to go to 365 because that kind of splits it down the middle. Now, if you have to make a decision in your fix and flip world that is a difference between $5,000 as a yes or a no, you're probably not buying the deal right, okay? Make sure you got plenty of buffer. So here we go. We are now going to determine the renovation. So here we go. You guys ready for this? You're going to want to pull out your calculators for this or something on your computer and write this down. There are 4 numbers that I look at, okay? If it's a lipstick flip, carpet, paint, light fixtures, a little bit of sprucing up, we look at $20 a foot. Okay. So if it's 1,000 square foot house, we're spending 20 grand. Guys, it's rare to spend less than $20 a foot. Okay. Is this a lipstick? Hell no. Okay. If it's a basic renovation to us is $40 a foot. What does that mean? That means I'm probably going to get a new kitchen, maybe 1 new bathroom. I'm going to get new carpet, new paint, new baseboards, maybe some new doors, basically surface level renovation, right? I'm not going to remove walls. I'm not doing any of that stuff. I'm not replacing drywall. I'm not having to do an all brand new roof, all new AC unit, all that kind of stuff. Okay. C is $60 a foot. That is a gut job. Oh my gosh. Everything has to be removed. It doesn't mean it needs to be repaired. I just walk in and what if it's a house that's in perfect condition, but it's from 1970 with shag carpet? That's a gut job. As much as I hate it, that's a gut job. Okay. This, my friends, is a destroyed property. It means it needs to be repaired before it's renovated. Do we all feel confident with that? We know that it's $75 a foot. So let's do the math. What's $75 a foot on this property at 1,100 and what's our square footage on this? 1,169. What is the math? All right, perfect. $87,675. Please write that down, guys. You're going to need that. Nathaniel, if you're naked, I don't know what you're writing down on. Oh, he's got his notepad. There he is. Where'd you pull that from? Not from your pockets. You're butt naked. All right, love it.
Nathaniel, you're very distracting to Pace Morby today.
Yeah, you are. You're a handsome guy, bro. What's his tattoo say? 966 gang? Dude, that was fast. I can't believe Nathaniel went out and got a tattoo 966 gang that fast. All right, so here we go. We're at $87,000 a foot just for the renovation. Now we're going to move on to the exterior landscape and features. Okay, I look at it in 3 categories. Are we just doing a fresh upgrade, like an exterior, like fresh up? That's $5,000. Okay. You can spend $5,000 outside real quick. All right. That could be maybe partial roof repair, some shutters, things like that. If we're upgrading this exterior, remember the comps on this property. Remember our sniff test that we were looking at, guys? What did the sniff test tell us? Do these properties have upgraded exteriors? These other comps that we've got?
Some of them do.
Yeah, they do. That 390 is cute as a button. And then what was that one? The 346 was cute. And then there's another one at 355 that I thought was really cute. They had the porch, right? The porch, they had the fence. So this is why we say upgrade. Okay, we're going to put a $15,000 number in there for an upgraded exterior. It's not Airbnb worthy. We're not going to have a jacuzzi and a new pad and a new Ramada. That's $35,000. We are not putting Airbnb quality here. This is a fix and flip. Are we all on the same page here? Everybody understand what we're doing? You guys feeling good about this?
Point out, you guys, the basic, like the renovation budgets, he's talking about the house. People send me properties all the time and they're like, it's only going to cost this amount. They're not thinking about all the exterior work you have to do or the landscaping or any of that. So when you're talking about renovation budget, price per square foot is for the house. You're renovating the house only.
Okay. So here's the other thing that you guys need to do when you're learning how to comp. Ask less questions. And what do I mean by that? You guys are going to get to a point where you're asking so many questions, you can't even get through the steps. These 15 steps are there to get you to a number, and then you can do a little bit more research, okay? Some of the research I'm going to show you guys are called the sometimes questions. Okay. So if you're in Atlanta, pretty basic level for renovations, but if you're in like Washington, DC or San Francisco, maybe your labor is super high. I'm going to show you guys how to accommodate for that after you go through the 15 questions. So stop asking questions before you go through the steps. Okay. And also Renville says, well, is that price based on the lot size as well? Great question. Ask less questions. But here's the answer to that question. We're not trying to renovate the whole property. We're just trying to add curb appeal to the front and then go about 20 feet away from the house in terms of perimeter. So the house itself looks really good in photos. So if I'm in Atlanta, I've got this massive backyard with trees. I'm not going to chop down those trees. You know what I'm saying? I'm just doing an upgrade about 20 feet off the property and then have curb appeal. Okay. And that's about the same thing for every property you're going to look at. All right. So here we go. If we take our $87,000, everybody, we came up with that $87,000 number, right? Then we also have our upgrade for a $15,000. Now, here we go. Do we need an addition on this property, everybody?
A but.
Okay. I think we do. One of the comps says we do. I don't think we have enough space. One of the comps had an addition. I think we're going to have to add 100 square feet here. So what I did is I said 100 square feet at $125 a foot. This is not a luxury house. This is not something that's made, not a metal framed house, all glass, just looking at a regular renovation. 99% of the properties you're going to look at are going to fit in this number, $125 a foot. So that 100 square feet is going to cost us about $12,500. Okay. Now, what we're going to do, pay attention. This is critical for a renovator. Critical for a renovator. Okay. A renovator always should add 15% on top of your renovation budget as a buffer. And guess how many times, what percentage of the time do you think you go through your buffer?
100%.
100% of the time. This is the problem with most wholesalers. Okay. I am a wholesaler as well, but most wholesalers have no clue what it looks like to actually own a property. So they're trying to throw I don't want to train you guys to throw crap at people and not understand. You can't see my screen. Okay. Let me reshare the screen. Sometimes I think that's what happens. Okay. So we will add take our renovation budget and add 15%. So does everybody come up with $131,675? Everybody? Okay, what do you guys come up with? Christina says no. What's up, Patty? Patty's so great. She DMs me all the time and she loves a lot of my stuff, but she doesn't post enough on social media. I wish she posted more on social media. Okay, so Edith says she got 115, 175. I think the reason why you got that is you probably missed the $15,000 landscape outside. So let's go through it one more time. We're going to take our 1,169 square foot house. Okay. Let me put this in here. 1,169 square foot house. And we're going to multiply that by $75 a foot. What does that number come to again, guys? It's 87,000 something.
I just put 87,000 round. That's why we're getting the number at 131,675.
Okay, you just put 87,000 round. Okay, got it. Cool. Then we're going to determine our exterior features. Is this a refresh? Is it an upgrade, or is it Airbnb worthy? We're going to add 15 grand to that. So now we should be at $102,000. Everybody following along? Then we're going to have our $12,000 addition. What does that bring us to? Is 114,500. And then let's multiply that by 15%. What's 114,500?
17,175 is the 15%.
Okay. Perfect. So let's just say, well, let's just round it off. Let's just say 131, just for simpleness. Okay. So guys, have we all as a team, have we come up with our renovation budget, and have we given you a good guideline to come up with renovation budgets on your own? Do you guys feel pretty good about that? Okay. Now there's going to be some additional education you'll need, but guess what? You just need framework to get through it. And then your accountability partners. And then what's great is you can come to the table and ask me questions about, hey, Pace, this is how I comped a property. What do you think? And then there can be a little bit of deviation. Does everybody feel good and empowered? Do you feel confident right now? You got some shit? You learned some shit? Perfect.
That was really good, Pace. You just nailed it. I've never seen anybody explain it that way.
Cool. You know what we should do, guys? Because we got 1,000 people in here. I think we forgot to do something today. We forgot to do our jumping jacks and we forgot to do our squats. Hopefully everybody brought their sports bras because we're doing our 15 jumping jacks and our squats. Okay. Everybody ready? Nathan's butt naked. He's ready to freaking rock and roll. You're not cooking eggs while you're naked, are you?
I hope you have a jock strap on, Nathan.
Yeah, he's got something. Here, look at him. All right, guys, I'm gonna do my jumping jacks. I'm gonna do 15 jumping jacks, and we're gonna do 10 squats. Everybody ready? Okay, we learned something. Let's get up. Let's go. Get it going. Let's go. Okay.
Are we really doing this right now?
Yes, we're really doing this right now. Let's freaking go. Okay. All right, that's 15 jumping jacks. I'm going to do 10 air squats real quick. Boom. All right. There you go. That's how you solidify learning some cool stuff. Okay. Should we move on?
Pace is trying to work out instead of sit in front of a computer all day.
Nathan, I'll take you. Nathaniel, I'll take you down, bro.
What is Nathaniel? What do you have in your hand?
What is that, dog?
The fan.
Oh, a fan. He's fanning himself. All right, cool. Now here's another fun one, okay? This is the next fun thing that we're going to do. We're going to pull out a spreadsheet that we're going to share with you. And before you tell me the spreadsheet doesn't work, when you say the spreadsheet doesn't work, instead of saying that the spreadsheet doesn't work, say, I'm having a hard time. Somebody reach out and help me because the spreadsheet works. I promise you. Okay. Watch
You
it.
have to know how to use math a little bit though, guys. Like you have to be able to, like, if you need to edit a function, you need to figure it out.
So Gary, here's a good thing. So Gary, if you guys look in the side chat, Gary's like, hey, I came up with the exact number, right? 132, 175. Guys, I promise you, we just kind of rounded it off. If you are making an exact number and your $1,000 a year off with me makes that big of a difference on a decision to buy a fix and flip, you probably should not buy a fix and flip, right? So here we go. Let's figure it out. Watch me click on this link. I'm going to give this, I got a screen share. Sorry, guys. All right. Everybody, are you guys all learning stuff? You guys feeling empowered? You feeling good and strong? Like everybody made a little bit of progress today? Remember, this is the elephant challenge. We're just taking it one step at a time, guys. Just one step at a time. Okay, here's what I want you guys to do. Take that spreadsheet. I'm going to turn the chat off for just a second. Take that spreadsheet and click on it. I'm clicking on it right there out of the chat, and it's going to pull up a spreadsheet that I created, I don't know how many years ago. And this is how I look at, and my team looks at, our profit analysis. Okay, I'm going to make it a little bit bigger.
This is a live sheet, so don't type in here, guys.
Do not type in here, but you guys can take it. If you guys go over here to file, you guys can make your own copy and follow along, right? So go over here, go to file, make a copy. Okay, file, make a copy. File, make a copy.
And then leave our file so other people can get into it.
And then leave my file.
Yeah.
Leave my file. Okay, so here we go. We determined, what did we determine the ARV was again, guys? Put it, what was it, 360? Or 365?
You wanted to do 365.
Okay, we're going to be aggressive today. All right, so we're going to put in, the only thing you should ever change is what's in the green, okay? So pay attention, just follow through. Don't get ahead of us because people typically want to get ahead. We're going to put in our estimated sales price first. Estimated sales price, or our ARV, what we could sell the property for after we renovate it. I think it's going to take us 6 months to do this renovation because we're going to have to add a, that's our hold time. Our hold time. That means the day I buy it to the day I sell it. My hold time is going to be about half a year because I've got to add a permit for 100 square feet. Okay. Now, what was the purchase price that they sent it to us at? 185, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm putting my 185. But by the way, I'll turn in on the side chat. Just wanted to make sure you guys had the link. Side chat's back open. All right, cool. So the only thing you should be changing, guys, is the green areas. Okay. So the purchase contract offer to the seller, or the offer that the person gave to us, is 185. So it's going to plunk it in there. When we buy the property, it's going to cost about 2%. Okay. Let's see. This equals this.
No, you're doing it wrong.
Don't tell me how to do it.
Get back. Go back.
It's 2%.
No.
Oh, you're right. It's this one. You're right. You did it right.
Morby.
You did it right. I'm sorry. Okay, so our total acquisition cost, a lot of wholesalers don't know this, but when you offer me a property at 185, that's not really my price. My purchase price is what it cost me to purchase the property. My real purchase price as a fix and flipper is 188,700. Did you guys ever think about that as a wholesaler?
No.
Most wholesalers don't. Most wholesalers don't. I'm going to be honest with you. They go, well, your price is 160. I go, no, after closing costs, especially in Vegas. If I buy a deal in Vegas, closing costs are like 3 or 4%. I'm going to have to pay 2% above what you give it to me for just to buy it. So I bought it for 188,700. Jared Rollins says, wait, say that again.
Say it again.
Okay.
And guys, if you can't work the sheet for some reason in Google Sheets, just copy it and paste it into your own Excel file or something else.
Yeah, there you go. All right, cool. So just for you, I'm a wholesaler. So when I make jokes about wholesalers, I'm just doing, I do a lot of jokes just to prove points. Okay, guys? So don't get upset when I make jokes about wholesalers. Wholesalers are dumb. I'm also a wholesaler, so don't get upset. Wholesalers are stupid.
Yeah, he was just trying to change my file. And I was like, no, don't do that. Do you see him do that right there?
See, I'm a knucklehead sometimes too. It's okay. So here's the thing is that I'm actually buying this for $188,700 because I've got closing costs when I buy it. And a lot of people don't know that. And we'll walk through some of these basics on Saturday of like the flow of a deal. We came up with $131,000 for our renovation. And a lot of times we'll have a thing in here to say, well, what's our monthly maintenance? In Arizona, guys, just so you know, in Arizona, we are constantly maintaining pools, maintaining landscape. We're dealing with pest control. Like we're dealing with cockroaches, scorpions, and all sorts of stuff. Okay. So we're constant, even on a 4 or 5 months renovation, we're keeping the landscape trimmed. Why do you keep the landscape trimmed during a renovation, everybody? So I don't get an HOA violation. So I don't get in trouble with my neighbors. So my neighbors don't hate my guts. So when the inspector comes to inspect my property, when I'm ready to have it inspected, they don't go, wow, you guys are right. We want to be respectful. And so these are the things that wholesalers also don't think about when you're selling a property to a fix and flipper, is that you don't take into consideration what it costs for a fix and flipper to truly fix and flip a house. Does that make sense? That's a really great point. Edward says, thieves, people that they look at your property and it's obvious that nobody's living there. You got thieves. All right. Everybody feel good. You guys know why we calculate those things in our renovation budget? All right. Very cool. By the way, 1,000 people in here learning and moving forward. I love it.
There would be more, but I think you have a limitation on this.
We do have a limitation, unfortunately. This is what happens when you do free shit, you know? Okay, so here we go. Now, we have a company that gives us 81% of not only our purchase price, but also our renovation. So what we did here, guys, is we took the 187 right here, this 187 right here, and we added it with the 131 right here. And that comes to, no, it doesn't, to, right?
What are you looking for? What are you talking about?
My whole thing. Oh, this 81% of that. Okay.
81% of both though, guys. So when we get so this is a calculation that you might have to change for yours. So when you look up there on the calculation side of it, it's the renovation budget, the 131 plus the purchase price of 185, 81% of that.
We use a company called myinvestorloan.com. That's who gives us our loans. And they give us 81% of the purchase and 81% of the renovation. Again, another thing wholesalers don't even think about. You guys would be blown away. Who's a wholesaler in here that's never fix and flipped a house that you think fix and flippers are actually using cash to fix and flip houses? Because you would be 100% wrong. Fix and flippers do not use their own cash in this. They're knuckleheads. They borrow from private money lenders or hard money lenders. Mina says, I thought it was only cash. No, I don't know one of my friends that's a fix and flipper that is using their own cash. Not a single one. If you learn nothing but that today, why? Can I tell you why? Are you guys ready for this? Oh my gosh. Honestly, if you guys learn nothing more than that today, that could be an eye-opening situation for you. I'm going to tell you something. Oh, this is just too good. You guys are giving me too many good opportunities to teach you some cool stuff. This is so great. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Let me show you guys something. Let's say that I go and I take a property and my name is Pace. And I buy this property for $100,000 and I then turn around and I sell this house to a family of, whatever. And out of fixing and flipping this, I get paid in profit, let's say $50,000. Okay, great. I made $50,000. Perfect. You guys would think, all right, reinvest, right? Reinvest that money and go fix and flip now 2 houses at the same time. All right. Well, let's think about this. If my money is in my property, I'm only saving how much? How much does my investor loan charge us in terms of interest?
Right now, it's 9.25%.
Okay, so that means I'm saving 9.25%
Now, this is
by
our rate, guys. This is what we get because Pace is experienced. So if you
okay,
don't
so
get that,
I'm saving 9.25%. So when you use your own money, that means that's what you value your money at. I value my money at 9.25%. Therefore, I'm going to use my own money. Guys, if I go buy a title company, which Jamil and I are buying title companies, I put 50 grand into a title company instead of a fix and flip. Instead of a 9% savings, I get a 400% return on that $50,000. I can turn 50 grand into $200,000 by investing it somewhere else. So a better question is why? Why, when there's people out there willing to give you money at 9%, why would anybody use their own cash? Why?
I think wholesalers think that though, because our offers come in as cash offers. So just because you make a cash offer doesn't mean you don't have a lender, a hard money lender involved. You're still making a cash offer.
It makes zero sense to me that people would ever use their own cash. You cannot grow. That means if you're doing cash, that means you can only do one property at a time. And if each property takes 4 to 6 months to do a flip, that means you're doing 2 a year. Imagine now I can go borrow money from a hard money lender at 9%. Means I can do 4 or 6 or 8 or 12 a year, whatever I can handle, because I'm not sinking all my cash into a property. I'm going to say this one more time. Nobody I know uses cash to buy fix and flips. Nobody. Not a single person I personally know. Maybe I don't associate with knuckleheads, and there are a couple knuckleheads out there that listen to Dave Ramsey all day long, and Dave Ramsey's awesome. Okay, he's awesome, but he also doesn't run a fix and flip operation, and he's not a successful fix and flipper. Okay, do you value your money? And think about this too. What's inflation at right now?
9.1.
Okay, so my money is getting eaten at by the inflation monster, 9.1%. And I'm willing to put my 50 grand into a fix and flip just to save myself 9.2%. Congratulations, you made a 0.1% return on your money. Does that make sense? It makes zero sense for a fix and flipper to use their own cash. You do not value yourself and you do not value your money if you are using your own cash. Give me a yes if you understand that. More importantly, say me if you are today years old when you found this out. Okay. All right, so let's get back into it. So let's get back into the spreadsheet. All right, cool. So my investor loan will give us $255,000. That will include the purchase and the renovation of 81%. They'll give us a loan of 81% of the total value. Great. That means, check this out, guys, our hard money lender is going to charge us 9.13%. That means over the duration of the 6 months, see the 6 months we have right here, right up here? That 6 months is going to cost us $11,838 to let that lender give us their money. We all on the same page there?
And this is a worst case scenario number. So you're only paying interest on the money that you use. So they will release the initial financing. You'll have an initial payment. So it probably won't actually be the full 11,000, but it'll be decently close to that. I'd rather keep it worst case scenario number, which is why this number is here.
Cool. Now, as a fix and flipper, I'm going to look at this and it's going to cost me a loan arrangement or points. Most states are going to charge you points. Okay. What does a point mean? A point literally means 1 point, 1 percentage point. Okay. So a lot of lenders will go, hey, for us doing all the upfront work and getting the money together and the documents and our staff and all of our stuff, we're going to charge you points to cover those costs. Okay, so that's points. So they're going to charge you 9.3% plus 1.3 points. Okay. Does that help you guys understand that? Coach Queen says, I'm learning some stuff. Who else is, guys, by the way, this is not one, Adriana, just because you're awesome. I'm going to unmute you and ask you to come up here. Can I talk to you for a second? How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Okay, so you're confused by the points, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if you guys, let's do a little screen share. Check this out. I'm going to show you guys, Adriana, look at this. Okay, let's go and Google. Where do you live?
San Antonio, Texas.
Okay, check this out. San Antonio hard money lender. Okay, watch this. All right, hard money lender up to 100% of purchase. Damn, that's pretty good. Okay, I like that.
14% interest rate.
Okay, so website, Investmark Mortgages, San Antonio hard money lender, Longhorn Investments. Of course, that's your name. All right, should we call them real fast and see what their points are?
Yes.
Program details. Loan fees. There you go. Loan fees. As low as 1.9 points origination. You see that 1.9 right there?
Mhm.
And it's as low as.
Okay, that's as low as. That means their interest rates are starting at 9.9%, but they're going to charge you an upfront point of nearly 2%. Don't fool me with that 1.99. I know that's 2%. Okay, so they're going to charge, you see all these fees they charge up front? They're going to ask you for an appraisal fee, a draw inspection fee, a loan doc fee, a loan admin fee, a credit report fee, a flood fee, a monthly servicing fee. That really kicks you in the teeth. Okay. This is just a random hard money lender. Damn. Hi, Olivia. Did you know we are about to break a world record? Longhorn style.
Nice.
Okay. So why do they charge that? I'll tell you why they charge these fees. Okay.
Okay.
This is getting a little bit into the weeds. You okay with a little bit in the weeds?
Yes.
Instead of them charging you 9.9% and just keeping it clean, it's a marketing strategy first and foremost, right? They fool you to believe that that's what you're paying. Then when you apply for the loan, there's all these other things and you're already in too deep. The other reason why they charge those points is because that is actually Longhorn's profit. Their profit, believe it or not, is not the 9.99%. Isn't that weird to think about?
Yes.
Do you know why it's not their profit? Because it's not their money.
Yes. It started to click.
They go borrow money from private individuals and pension funds and stuff like that. They aggregate it and they go, we're going to lend this money out at 9.99%. And the way they make money is every time they lend money out, they charge you 2%.
So their hard money lender is getting the 9.99% and they are getting the 2%. Is that right?
So like, for example, Jamil has some investments. He's like, I just want some really passive investments. So Jamil I think he has like $1 million with a hard money lender. So he gave a hard money lender $1 million. That hard money lender gives Jamil a 10% return every month. And then that hard money lender uses that $1 million and goes and charges points and all these other junk fees. And that's how they make their money.
Got it.
Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes. I'm going to definitely rewind and not rewind, but listen to this again later. But yes.
Remember, I told you guys the 4 parts of taking down an elephant are what? Number 1, finding where opportunities are. Number 2, comping and looking at those properties. Number 3, finding buyers for those opportunities. And number 4, all the little weird words that we got to figure out, the lingo, all the things. And can I tell you guys something magical? Do you think Lululemon understands their customers?
Yes.
So if you're a wholesaler, do you think it would be appropriate for you not to know your customer and not to know what they do and how they do it? It would be inappropriate, in my personal opinion. If you're out there and you don't know what your customer's doing, That's like you're trying to sell an extra large set of yoga pants to an anorexic person. It ain't working. You got to understand what people are doing and why they're fixing and flipping. And that is what I'm doing with this spreadsheet. I'm showing you how fix and flippers actually underwrite their deals so you can have good relationships with people and be ethical in this business and understand that every fix and flipper uses whose money, not their own. They use hard money lenders' money so they can do 2, 3, or 4 projects at a time. Okay.
Yes, thank you so much, because it flipped this way of thinking of just like, this is a framework, this is a process, like a robot kind, but actually you're getting us into their brains, which of course you used to be. So it's thinking,
Yeah.
helping us think the way they think, which obviously is beneficial and to our advantage.
Yeah. And when people, like, you have cash buyers, when I'm in circles of cash buyers, people that are actually fixing and flipping, and they are just like, wholesalers are so dumb. And I'm like, no, they're just uneducated. And it's your job to educate them, because wholesaling is a great way to get into real estate. So why not let people get into real estate however they can? And you have the patience to teach them why you need things at a certain price. Okay. And so that's really what I'm trying to do with this elephant challenge. I am really trying to help you guys understand things at a very basic rudimentary level. Okay.
Thank you.
Can we do an entire Zoom during this about how to properly present to a buyer?
Yeah, we're doing that Saturday.
Okay.
Okay. I decided I'm giving up my whole Saturday, my whole Sunday, just teaching you guys the basics of real estate, right? Today, we're just teaching you guys how to comp. Okay. All right. 1,000 people in here. Have 1,000 people learned something new in the last 45 minutes? Besides that, I look great in the Phoenix Suns jersey. I think they should hire me. You know what I'm saying? Not as a mascot, but as like the 6th man.
Well, we're just going to say we fit in the mascots.
Yeah. Okay. So here we go. So my investor loan, this is what happens. We go and submit the address as a fix and flipper, right? Guys, I'm looking at this as a fix and flip right now because who sent this deal to me was a wholesaler. Okay. And I'm going to show you how far off this wholesaler was by showing you this. So over the duration of the loan, right? Privy does a really great job. They call this your hold time, right? Your hold time is 6 months. We have it right here. Estimated hold time, 6 months. Our hard money is calculated at $11,838.15. Great. We're going to pay that hard money lender $2,300 to lend us someone else's money. By the way, this is how it's done 100% of the time. Okay. The value of finding a private money lender is that I do have properties now that I don't use hard money on. I use private money on. And what's great about private money, thank you, John McCormick. That pen scratch is very awesome. Thank you. Private money is an individual. Somebody asked this question earlier. What is the difference between private money and hard money? Listen to this. You guys ready for this? It's very basic. A private money lender is an individual, somebody who's a doctor, lawyer, engineer, traveling nurse. Somebody has a little bit of extra cash that goes, I would like a return on my money, and I would like to lend money to you temporarily so you can use that and do something, and I want a return on my investment at whatever percentage. They're not an institution. They're not licensed to do so. They're not out there marketing themselves. I don't know a single private money lender that has a website that says Cactus private money lending. That's not private money lending. That's hard money. Hard money lenders have to be licensed as a lender. Okay. And why is it called hard? You guys want to know why it's called hard? Not because these people are loan sharks. A hard money lender lends money on hard assets, tangible, touchable, hard assets. Hard money lender. Okay.
I never knew that.
And Pace, when you go back to the sheet, there is a section on this sheet for you to put in the interest for your private money lender. If you decided to have a private money lender lend your down payment or any of the difference between what the lender didn't pay. So there's a section on this sheet to do that too.
Coach Queen says, I was today when I learned this. Awesome. The other thing, can you explain the 81% again? I didn't understand it. No problem. So the hard money lender, they're in the business of not being in risky situations. And so instead of giving you all of the money for the purchase of the property and all of the money for the renovation, Doesn't it make sense for them to go, you know, we'll give you 81% of the money. You got to figure out the other 19%. Kind of covers their bases, keeps them safe. Does that make sense for everybody? Were you today years old when you learned that?
And that number will change, guys. So 81% is just what we were offered on a most recent loan. That number changes from offer to offer for me. So that's not going to be standard for everything.
Okay, now we have a lender that gives us 100% of the purchase price. So if I go, hey, I'm buying this property for 185 grand and my closing costs are 4 grand, right? Whatever that is. I have lenders that will give us 100% of that. But do you think they're charging 9%?
No.
They're charging 18% interest.
Yep.
Okay. Makes sense? Adriana, are you learning anything today?
Absolutely. I was just putting, it's the hard money that I never knew that. And that's what I was put in there. I put in the chat vernacular. It's big time is helping. You've got me with the escrow, the points, and the hard part are great.
Yeah, I mean, we could do this anywhere, right? So we could go anywhere. Let's say Atlanta. And you can type in hard money lender. That's what they're called. It is a very common phrase. They know that. See, even they call themselves that. Hard money loans. Okay. Quick fix to rent loans, rental property loans, fix and flip, new construction loans. See, Atlanta hard money. See, we could call them right now, have a conversation with them. No upfront application fees. And see, these are all their loans. This is why educated fix and flippers don't use their own money, is because there's literally in every city, there's 1,000 or more hard money lenders. I'm not exaggerating. There's as many hard money lenders as there are Starbucks offices. I promise you that.
Oh, yeah.
They are everywhere, 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 everywhere. And when you get going as a fix and flip, you're like, fine, you want to charge me 3 points? I'm just going to go to somebody that's charging me 1 point, right? You have to make that determination as a fix and flipper to try and get cheaper money, okay?
Right.
William says, how do we properly vet a hard money lender? Yeah, you don't. They vet you.
And guys, they will, did you notice that it said appraisal fee on that last one we looked at? They will do a BPO or a broker priced opinion or an appraisal on the property, and they will change their offer based off of that. But when you make your offer as a cash offer, it doesn't matter because you made a cash offer that wasn't contingent upon an appraisal. All that changes is how much private funds you'll need to bring to the table or how much cash you'll need to bring to the table. So just keep that in mind when working with hard money lenders.
Okay, cool. So I want to move forward, but I got a guy saying Mike Diatrapani. How you doing? Unmute yourself.
I'm good.
Mike, how late did you show up?
Oh, I got here. Well, I was talking with somebody in Discord. I didn't know the meeting started. I was going to cook early.
So you showed up late.
I guess I did, yeah.
Okay, so just so you know, the reason why I know you showed up late is because we went through the most rudimentary, basic level of how exactly we came up with these numbers already, and you must have missed that.
No, I copied the spreadsheet. I copied.
It was before the spreadsheet. We told you if it's a lipstick remodel, it's $20 a foot. So you take the square footage and you multiply it by 20.
I heard you say lipstick about 3 times, so I caught part of it. I was trying to.
Okay, I think you were cooking. You weren't. Just so you know, I think the real estate gods came down and touched me on my brain this morning, and they made sure that I educated this at the highest possible level. If you go back and re-watch it, you'll go, oh my gosh, he did explain it. And he explained it so dang well. I shouldn't have been cooking huevos rancheros. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it is. What were you cooking that was so important?
I ain't got started yet. The meeting started. I couldn't do it.
Oh, David says you were cooking Cheerios up. Were you cooking Cheerios up?
You don't cook Cheerios.
I know. He was making a joke.
Some people cook homemade Cheerios.
Hey, Mike, do you have an accountability partner, by the way, brother?
No, I need it all. I'm the one that was on that project in Tennessee. We installed.
Mike. The homework for last night was to get 2 accountability partners. Somebody reach out to Mike. He needs an accountability partner. If you guys do not have an accountability partner, you need one. This is exactly why. Okay? Guys, jump on it. Let's help each other. Do not let each other fall behind. Let's go.
Oh, I
Okay.
see at least 4 in the chat over here, Mike.
If you guys need help, put it in the side chat. I need help. Here's my phone number. I need help. Here's my phone number. And please stop spamming the side with your promotions. I will remove you. We're trying to give some people some good, laying down some good knowledge today. Okay. Perfect. Thank you guys. There we go. There we go. Love it, love it, love it. All right, let's get back to it. You guys ready to keep moving forward on this? Okay, so we've explained hard money. We can go into that another day. So here's the thing is now I'm going through my spreadsheet. Normally, guys, this literally takes 30 seconds to go through. We're just giving you guys a full-blown $1 million education right now. Okay, now when we go, we're going to have property taxes for the 6 months. We're going to have insurance. We're going to, Benson, does Privy have property taxes on Privy?
We do. It's in the public records section.
No way.
I know. See, we didn't look. And so I was like, we'll just have to ask Benson.
Okay, so where should I go?
Taxes.
Wow. Now I feel like a knucklehead. $1,865 for the year.
Pretty close.
I love it. Okay, so I'm going to go back and I'm going to say, okay, I estimated $2,500. So I'm going to put in $1,865. People are like, wait, what? We have to pay property taxes? Yeah, guys. Just so you know, nobody owns anything in this country. The government owns it. You're just renting it. It's called property taxes.
And depending on where you live, it can be very expensive.
Mm-hmm. All right. So cool. That went down a little bit. Now, our insurance, we're going to have $200 of insurance every month. Because obviously we need to have insurance on the property. Utilities, I'd say about $150 is appropriate for 6 months. That's $900. Look at this, $17,000 in costs associated with this that no wholesaler ever cares about. Wholesalers don't care what the customers are doing, except for our wholesalers, the wholesalers that learn how to do this the right way. You guys actually understand that there are costs associated with owning fix and flips that total $17,000. Interesting. Isn't that super interesting?
Hey, so you ever factor in security?
No, we used to. I used to have people stay at certain properties. Like I had some of my guys sleep in properties in really bad areas, and they were on payroll, so I didn't really leave it as like a separate line item.
But Pace, you're not telling them the story about the homeless guy that you had protecting the property at one of your guys' places.
Don't tell people those stories. Okay, so here we go, guys. So now I've renovated the property, right? So here we go. I bought it for $185. It cost me $3,700 to close on it. My renovation, which we calculated all together, holding hands, was $131,000. And then I also have $17,000 in costs associated with that. So basically, before I go to sell the property, think about this. Let's go. Oh my gosh, this spreadsheet. Who messed with this spreadsheet? Probably Molly. It's probably Molly. Always messing with the spreadsheet. So we're gonna go. This equals this plus this. Oh my gosh, why?
What are you doing?
I'm on a screen that's not my normal screen.
What are you trying to do?
I can't tell you.
Okay. Secrets.
It is a secret. Okay. Boom, 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 plus boom.
Oh,
so our total cost, guys, the total cost to own this property, renovated, hard money, utilities, etc., is $337,000. Boom. Okay. So let's take that, and now we're ready to sell the property. Okay. We're ready to sell the property. Well, guess what? Unfortunately, when I sell the property, I'm responsible for another set of costs that wholesalers don't take into consideration. You guys don't realize that I got to sell the property with an agent, and then I got to pay the buyer's agent out of my pocket because I'm the seller. Tell me somebody that did not know that. Did you know that 100% of the time, 100% of the time, the seller pays both commissions? Not 99, 100 freaking percent of the time. The seller pays that. So when a wholesaler sends you a deal and they don't consider your $17,000 in costs and your $25,000 in cost to sell the property, do you think that that wholesaler is doing a good job understanding their client?
How many emails have you gotten, you guys, from wholesalers that it's like, there's a $100,000 profit here? And it's like, you're literally looking at what you bought it for and what you sold it for. That's
You're
not,
not, yeah, right. So this is how we look at stuff. Okay. So here we go. We've got Carolina Allen, who's one of my great leaders in sub 2. She said, this is information that everybody should know.
yeah.
Everybody should know. Okay. Okay, cool. So that means our total cost to own the property, sell it, and everything is $362,000. We are going to walk out of this deal making $2,116 best case scenario. What do you guys think?
Buy it. We should do it.
Should we buy this deal, guys? Okay, so this is a good practice for us to go to. Literally, we can comp and go through these spreadsheets in just a matter of about a minute, but I wanted to go through that slowly. We're going to do this multiple times. Okay. So go back to our homework. Okay. So you get out your spreadsheet, which you guys should all have access to that. And then fill out your sheet. And then what I want you guys to do is play around with your numbers. Okay. So what is the guideline? If I'm a fix and flipper, again, this comes down to, yes, Jeffrey Buen Camino says, can we get access to this recording for rewatch purposes? Jeffrey, you've been around me a long time, my brother. When have I ever not given you a recording? That's why I flex, because I want to have before and after photos. So in a year from now, this thing's like, it looks like a watermelon was implanted underneath my arms. Look at Shannon Miner. Boom. Anthony Roche, you're in your private jet. Show me your guns, dog. Show me your guns. Boom. Holy crap, he's actually got guns. I didn't know your private jet was a freaking fighter jet. It's got equipped with guns and shit. Damn. Okay, we will 100% give you guys the recordings of this, okay? We want you guys to be equipped so that we can start making offers together. I know this is slow, but does everybody feel like they've made some progress today? Have you guys learned a thing or two that by the way, you won't learn this stuff on YouTube. Most mentors that do wholesale will never teach you this stuff. Who's taken $20,000, $30,000, $60,000 guru courses that has never learned this in those courses?
My heart hurts for you people. I'm sorry.
It's sad, but it's true.
It's all true. I hope the Pace was the very first guy you guys found. I'm really hoping so.
I'm usually sloppy fourths. People they come to me. I'm sloppy fourths.
It's because it's too inexpensive. Pace's mentorship is too inexpensive. I think people think, oh no, that one's not going to be worth it.
So what do you guys think? If I'm a fix and flipper, right? So here's some guideline. I want you guys to write this down. This is a guideline for us. You need to know. You need to understand your client. Very important for you guys to write this down. Okay. If I am fixing and flipping, I want to have a profit margin for my time, my energy, etc. Okay. I drive a Prius. I know I save a lot of money, but I still got to put gas in that Prius. I don't have a Tesla yet. So I need to make money for gas. So what is my profit margin I'm shooting for? Here's my number. When the market is trending upwards, it is 10% of the sales price should be my net profit. Write that down. I'm going to say it again. When the market is trending upward, 10% of the sales price is my net in my pocket.
Trending upward, keyword.
Trending upward. Now, if we're in a stagnant market or maybe settling in a little bit, I want to be at 15% of the sales price is my net profit. Okay, of the sales price. Okay, so if my comp is if I can list this property for $365, what do I want to see in my pocket after everything's done? Everybody's paid, the agent and everybody's paid. What do I want to see in my pocket if the market's going up? There you go, $36,500. Okay. And let me show you something really interesting about this. So if I'm playing around my numbers, that's part of the steps. Right now, the number I have at the bottom is negative $6,000, right? Negative $6,000. That means I'm going to lose $6,000 at the number it's at right now.
I think somebody changed your sheet.
They did. These knuckleheads. Why are you guys doing?
I told you guys, don't touch the sheet.
Why are you guys doing this? Anonymous chipmunk, get the freak out of here, you chipmunk. You're messing with my nuts.
Go up. It's the purchase and sales price that was messed with up at the top.
Guys.
So yeah, that 235 number needs to be 365. And that number is the one we're going to change, is the 159 will change.
Guys, didn't your mom teach you better? Why are you messing with my Shiat?
And then the repairs, we need to put the 131 in.
What are you guys doing?
They're trying to run their own numbers on the sheet. I told them not to touch. Don't touch the sheet.
This is why most mentors will not do an open Zoom. They'll just be like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make a bunch of recorded videos and charge you guys $20,000 for them and not actually teach you anything because you're going to freaking mess with my spreadsheets. Okay, so here we go. We have a profit of $2,116. So that when we say we're going to mess around with the numbers, this is what I mean by it. Okay, what am I? Virginia Drew, my girl, what would I do? She's like, oh crap, I'm going to be called out on 1,000 people. Virginia Drew, what should I do, Virginia Drew?
Yes.
How do I adjust this?
Wait a minute. How do you adjust what?
How do I get my profit margin if I want to buy this property? How do I come up with my MAO? Because by the way, have we come up with our ARV already?
Yeah, 230.
Okay. Did we come up with our renovation budget?
Yes.
Did we give you a good framework that you could come up with renovations again in the future?
Yes.
Okay, so now we're coming up with our MAO, right? Our maximum allowable offer.
Right.
So how do I go back to that wholesaler and say, this is the number I would be willing to pay? How do I know what that number is?
Well, you have to end up with the 10%.
Right. So how do I change that?
Well, you're going to have to
change our purchase price maybe with the wholesaler?
No. Oh yeah. Change the purchase price.
There you go. There you go. Virginia got it. Little encouragement, but we got her there. So what do we do, guys? We go up to the 185 and we go, you know what? 185 is not going to work because I got to make $36,500. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to mess around with it. I'm going to be like, what if I bought this for 145? Okay. Well, now I'm at $44,000 in profit. That's it. This is how we come up with our MAO. This is how we come up with our MAO. So I would be willing to buy this for 145 to make my profit. That's pretty good. Right? $44,915. That's pretty good. Brilliantly simple. Guys, did we teach you how to come up with ARV? Did we teach you to come up with renovation budget? And did we teach you to come up with an MAO? Give me a yes if we've just changed your life.
Yeah.
Love it. So what we're going to do is if the market, let's mess around with this for just a little bit. If the market is trending, is like kind of settling in, maybe, slowing down or plateauing, I want to be at 15%. So here's what I want to do. Everybody take a moment. And I want everybody in the side chat to tell me what I need to buy this property for if I want my net profit to be 15%. By the way, 15% of 365 is, let's see, 365 times 0.15. That means I got to make $54,750. What is my purchase price? What do I need to buy the property for to make $54,750? Right now, I'm at $44,915. So I got to add another 10 grand to be safe on this thing, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back here. I'm going to go, you know what? I'd be willing to buy this for $135,000. Boom. There you go. 135.
When you say the market is trending up, what does that mean? Appreciation?
Yeah,
It's
it means
appreciating?
it's a seller's market, which means there's more buyers than there are sellers, right? And so properties are going up. There's low inventory right now. In Maricopa County, for example, we had, I think, about 5,000 listings a couple of months ago. Now we're at 19,000 listings. So guys, our inventory has quadrupled because of interest rates. So do you think that that's a trending up or maybe a settling in market? We're just kind of settling into a little bit more of a shift in the market. Okay. So right there, Angel says, what should the net be in today's market? Guys, if it's a settling market, it's not trending downward, it's settling in, which I kind of like. It's kind of nice to have, oh my gosh, things are settling and I kind of like it. I like it personally. We made a lot of money on all of our hundreds of doors we own in the last couple of years, but you know what, man, is it sustainable? I don't know. I'm not feeling too good about it. So I kind of like the settling in. If the market is trending downward, we want to be at 20%, 20% net. Okay. 20% net. Here's the funny thing is this last year, there was multiple times. I'll tell you why it's 10%. There were multiple times last year and the year before that even when we went over budget because of renovation costs were crazy high and lumber was super high, because the market was going crazy, we still made a crap ton of money. You can't use an upward trending market right now to mask your mistakes. And so you need to make sure you pad those mistakes, which are 100. Guys, if you are a fix and flipper, it is 100% required and expected for you to make mistakes. Why is it required? Well, because if you're not making mistakes, it means you're not moving forward. So you got to move forward. You're going to make mistakes. Things are going to happen. Even after 7,000 renovations, our team still makes mistakes on every single property, every single one. Okay. Right now, our margins, actually, you guys want to hear a bad story? Be really quick with it. Less than 10 seconds. We just lost $15,000 on a flip because we counted on the market trending upward. What was that property? We just lost 15 grand on, Molly. Do you remember? I just got the P&L.
Are you talking about Third?
Yeah, 3rd Street. So the market settled in and we lost $15,000. It's very, very, very rare for us to lose money.
Well, we had catastrophic stuff happen. So you guys have to account for stuff. All of our flooring.
Catastrophic stuff happened also, AKA normal shit.
Yeah.
Be real. Let's be real. Okay. You guys need to understand that your fix and flippers, the people that you are going to become friends with, and they're going to be in your buyer's pool. These people are going through stuff and you need to collaborate with them and understand. One of the things I'm going to teach you guys hopefully today is to show you how to call fix and flippers and say, what was the renovation on that? Because here's what I love about Privy is like all the information they give, but what's great is they show me the fix and flipper and I can just call them and go, what did you guys pay for that renovation? How long did it take? What kind of snags do you run into? And these are the great points where you get really ingrained in your local market, and Privy allows you guys to do that. It's amazing. Okay. Okay. So our normal profit margin on a deal, we are shooting for 10%. I'd say over the last couple of years, we've been probably between 10 and 15% net because the market's been trending upward. Now, if I still plan on 10%, I'd probably be landing somewhere around 7 or 8%. So we're adding that extra 5% buffer to be safe. Okay.
So Pace, I got a question. So if the market's trending up and you are you're using 10% as a measuring stick, isn't the whole point of that you're actually going to make more because it's trending up? After the project's all said and done, you make more than you planned for. So you're usually going to make 15%?
Or the market trending upward protects you against mistakes or permit issues or additional, things that you didn't account for. And that is why I'm willing to do it as low as the 10% if the market's trending upward. A lot of times we'll plan on 10%. The market actually trends upward and we sell it for higher than we thought, but we still net 10% because something went awry. Like here's a good example. We had, this happened about a year ago. We had a property that we sold for 40 grand over our list price, but it took longer to sell it because the lady next door moved out. They boarded up her house And what happened is nobody wanted to buy our house because the house next door was now boarded up. I have no control over that.
And then you bought it, right? You just,
Yeah, we ended up buying it 4 months later. We did.
oh, I guess. Now you got a comp next door.
Right. And we'll make money on that.
A
That you did
4-star
guess.
comp.
It was, guys, this kind of stuff happens. I'm telling you, when you get to become friends with fix and flippers, you hear all sorts of crazy stories. Who's a fix and flipper in here that has 1,000 crazy stories? I know Carlo's in here. Shannon says a few. I have a couple. Nathan Wall, me. Yep, right here, Christina. I have one flip with 1,000 stories. Guys, we love fixing and flipping. We also wholesale a lot. And I love the whole business. We're real estate investors. Wholesaling is so powerful. It's amazing. Fixing and flipping is so great. It's one of my favorite things to do, but you do need to make sure. So guys, are we feeling good? We feel like we've gone through a couple of things. Now I think what we do while we've got Benson, I think we maybe open up some Q&A. Or how about I show you, I'm going to write an email to this girl and I'm going to send her a screenshot. Let me show you guys something really cool. Okay. Let's see. 990 people hanging on tight with us is freaking awesome. Thanks for being around here, guys. All right. So I already know that in order for me to make money, the 55 grand I really want to shoot for, I really got to be somewhere around 135. Okay. Now, why would you, a lot of people might be embarrassed by that number, like feel like you're lowballing people, but there's ways to be polite about it. Okay. So this girl, because this is not through Privy, that she came to me outside of Privy, I'm actually going to take a little screenshot of this. Okay. And I'm going to send this to her and go, hey, this is my cost of cap. I'm going to be really transparent with her. Watch, I'm going to take a screenshot. And I'm going to say, I would like to make 55 grand on this. I'll tell her straight up. Honesty builds relationships with people. They really appreciate it. And if I don't get the deal, I don't get the deal. But here's what's cool about this is that she actually replied back after I said I'd be at 150. And she was like, hey, submit an offer and let me know, and we'll do our best to make it happen. So check this out. Watch what I do. I'm going to write her an email. And she said, thank you for taking the time of reviewing the property. We are open to your offer. Could you give us a final number? We'll review it and hopefully move forward with you. So here we go. Check it out. I'm going to take my screenshot that I just did. I'm going to copy and paste it in here. You see, guys, I'm going to tell her, I think the ARV, this is how I'm going to talk to her. I'm going to say,
now, ideally, before you would make an offer on this house, you would have somebody go walk it for you.
You also would have somebody verify your comp, which is why you guys have accountability partners, but we'll get to that in a second. But I don't want to, I want to make sure everybody feels good about this. Okay. So thank you so much. This was fun to comp, and we really love the area.
We can't see your email.
Oh, you can't. Dang it. Okay. Thank you.
I think I can see your email, but I can't see you typing what you're typing.
Okay, cool. Thank you. That's super helpful. Thank you for telling me that I'm a knucklehead. Here we go. That's not it either. Dang it. I got so many windows open, guys. I apologize. Thank you for being patient. All right, here we go. So I took the screenshot that I did. I could do a whole Zoom on how to do screenshots. There's got to be people in here like, what? You took a screenshot? What's that? Okay, so thank you. This was fun to comp, and we really love the area. We shoot for a 15%. This is not what I normally do in every conversation, but I'm just going to show you that these types of conversations are perfectly okay to have, because I'm also trying to train this girl, because I want her to bring me more opportunities, and I want her to see how I underwrite things so that we can have a long lasting relationship. Okay. So I'll say we shoot for a 15% margin based on the sales price. We see a comp. We see an ARV of 365. We also believe the renovation will be massive at 131K. Because we have a cost of capital, and I'll even put in I'll say hard money, They already know this. All their clients use hard money. Because we have a cost of capital hard money, we would need to be around 135K or lower. Please let us know if this is possible. And if not, please send us other inventory as you receive it. We would love to do business with you.
Also, people asking questions about the wholesaler's fee. Usually, like, she presented the offer to us at 185. That's including her fee, right? So she wants 20K if she got it at 165. Now, we don't know what she has it locked up under. She could have it lower than that. If you're working with somebody you're helping them get it contracted and you're going to include that wholesale price in the sheet, there's a miscellaneous section under the acquisition section on that sheet that you can put like 10 grand or whatever they want. And that'll account for that in there.
Cool. All right. So everybody feel like they've learned a thing or two in this next little bit. I think we should open up to Q&A while we've got Benson here. And then I'll let Benson go. Benson, do we have you for much time? You're muted.
Till 2, so 58 minutes.
Amazing. So we got him for 58 minutes. Are you guys good with hearing less of my stupid voice and transitioning over to Benson? And what will happen is when Benson's done, I'll let him go and I'll do some more Q&A for an hour. Okay. So here's what we want for a homework. Okay. Think about this. Okay. You guys want me to give you guys some homework? Everybody wants some homework? All right. Watch. This is what I want you guys to do. Okay. I'm going to do a part of your homework for you right now. Okay. And what we're going to do tomorrow is we're going to have Benson teach us how to locate deals on Privy. But I want to give you homework tonight to find deals from wholesalers is your homework. Okay. Wholesalers are amazing, and being a wholesaler is amazing. I'm not teaching you guys how to be fix and flippers, by the way. Okay. Fixing and flipping is another conversation. I just want you guys to see how we underwrite things. And then if I know my fix and flipper is going to buy that at 135, then I just go, all right, well, I got to buy this at 125 or 115 in order for me to make my profit margin. Does that make sense, everybody? Cool. So everybody's homework is to make sure you are in the spreadsheet for the accountability partners and to make sure you guys have accountability partners, because here's what's going to happen. Elizabeth, you have a question. I see you up there. Elizabeth, give me a thumbs up if you have an accountability partner or not. You do? Okay, so here's what's going to happen. Everybody in your accountability group has the homework tonight to find one wholesaler they don't know and get one property for all of you guys to comp together. Rosie says she does not have any accountability partners. Guys, we are not allowing that to happen. Please make sure. Barbara Christie says she has room. Tori Ellis says, no, I don't have partners yet. If you guys are a leader and you have room, take the people and go in the chat and text everybody. I want everybody having accountability partners. Okay. Second thing is I'm going to show you guys how easy it is to find wholesalers. Okay. And I'm going to do it for you. Okay. By the way, you want to know how to find wholesalers is to, I am a wholesaler too. So don't be mad when I say some of these things. I'm very sorry. Can you guys tell I'm trying to buy a property in Bozeman or Whitefish, Montana? Anybody can tell?
I sent you that one.
I know it made me start thinking about it, but I really want to be in Whitefish, like Kalispell area, but here we go. So here's what I do. How do we find wholesalers, guys? Anybody know how to find a wholesaler? You Google exactly what they are not. That's how you find them. You Google the word cash buyer and your area. Wholesalers are not cash buyers. They say they're cash buyers, but and I'm not teasing them because I am also a wholesaler, but that is how we find them, right? So check it out. Cash buyer Atlanta. Ooh, Cash Buyers Atlanta. That's actually their name. All right, check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Let's call them. Okay, they got their number right here. I love it. Hopefully they're not on the Zoom with me right now.
They're going to know who you are.
I'm going to say my name is Tim. How about I'm going to say my name's Joseph Smith.
This call may be recorded for quality and training purposes.
I bet you they're on the call right now.
Probably.
Hello, and thank you for calling Cash Buyers of Atlanta. We're local Atlanta-based investors who have helped many Georgia homeowners by buying their houses fast for cash. Please leave your name, full property address, and best phone number, and one of our friendly representatives.
Guys, I'm going to teach you a very important business phrase. Write this down. Friction. Do you feel friction when you call somebody and you can't get a hold of them? Does that make you want to do business with them? If you are a wholesaler and your phone number goes to an answering service that does not actually get picked up by a real person, you will lose business. What I just showed you right there is called friction. Any additional step you make people go through in the process to do business with you makes your business. There's a company, and I told her this. There's a company called Pre-Foreclosures Daily. Great people. And they sell foreclosure data. Great data. The problem is you can't just go on their website and sign up for it. You have to book a call just to get access to their foreclosure data. Does that sound like friction to you? See, Tigger says, screw that. People need to make things very easy for you. Okay. So that's a good example. They're not bad people. We're all here to improve our business. I just want to share with you guys that if that is what happens when somebody calls your business, you are missing out on money. People are calling that want to give you money or do deals with you. And you're like, we'll call you back. I'm like, it's in the middle of the day. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
This call may be recorded.
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. Hey, I'm a cash buyer and I'm actually looking for inventory. Do you guys have anything right now?
Man, I just put contracts on like 5 properties, but we're keeping them all.
Oh, you guys are keeping everything?
Everything, bro. Everything we kept, we keep them.
Are you buying from other wholesalers or just direct to sell? Are you guys just direct to seller?
So how did you find me?
I Googled you, cashouthouse.com.
Right, but you didn't Google cash out house. What did you put in?
I Googled cash buyer Atlanta.
Right, and I came up.
Yep.
So that's how my customers find. That's how my customers find me.
What's that?
That's how my customers find me.
Oh, great. Well, I want to be a customer. I want to buy properties.
No. That's how the sellers that try to sell their properties. That's how they find me.
I got it. Or how can I buy a property from you?
I mean, I just sold one. I couldn't take. I just sold one. Where are you buying that? Where are you buying?
I'm buying in all of the great, like all of Atlanta area.
Right. And it says you're in Arizona.
I am in Arizona.
Okay. And what are you doing? You trying to do trying to wholesale it?
No, I'll give you addresses that I own in Atlanta. You can see them. I own them as rentals, Airbnbs, and we fix and flip.
I got you. Yeah. So basically, how far south do you guys go in Atlanta?
So if you go to like right downtown Atlanta, I will go 45 minutes in any direction from downtown Atlanta.
Okay. So yeah, the one I just sold 2 days ago, because I just couldn't get to it. My crew was not going to get to it, so I just sold it 2 days ago.
Dang it!
In Jonesboro, it was like maybe 25 minutes from Atlanta.
Okay. Do you have a buyer's list, or can you just text me, or can I just text you my name and info, and you can send me future deals that you don't want?
this is my office number. Let me give you my cell number.
Okay, cool.
And basically what I do is because I'm a buyer, I'm actually a buyer. I'm not a wholesaler.
Oh, okay, got it. You only wholesale the stuff
yeah,
that's a little too far for your crews.
Well, no, there's a little too much for them to do.
Oh,
So
got
right
it.
now we have 5. So we have 2 duplexes that we just closed, like 5 minutes from 75 that we just going to be Airbnb. We have 1 in Brunswick that's going to be Airbnb. We have 1 and 2 in Griffin, and then 1. So then we have 2 more in Jonesboro. 1 I sold, and the other one's on a contract.
Love
Still
it.
negotiating the price on.
Love it, dude.
So the one, what do you? So you trying to fix and flip it? So this one here, the one that I have right here in Jonesboro, it's gonna need a lot. It's gonna need a lot of freaking work, man. But the numbers are the one across the street that sold for $250. This one here sell for maybe $220, possibly $225. You know, and I'm still negotiating the numbers on it. So once I get the numbers negotiated, what you can do is what I can do is I'll text you.
I love it. Amazing.
And this is in a really well-established neighborhood that actually investors are buying, like, you know, five of these guys at a time. You know, so yeah. So what I'll do, I'll go ahead and
what's your cell phone?
If you text me, I'll text you when it comes available. 678.
Okay.
481. 9416. Okay,
cool.
And that's my cell. When you just kind of text me, tell me what your buy box is. You know, what are you looking for? What kind of properties?
Basically my buy box is I'm just looking to make a 10% net off my sales price. So if I sell it for $220, I'm just looking to make 22 grand net in my pocket.
I got you.
Cool.
Oh, that's easy. So this one here, the one that is sold, was probably between 40 and 45. So I'm not greedy when I sell it. I just don't want to. I just don't want to hold the property and then get a bunch of interest I'm paying on, and just hold on to it and then not do anything with it. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally get it.
So I just sell it, make a few thousand on it, and keep on moving. You know.
Love it, brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. I'll shoot you a text with my info and let me know if you guys lock it up.
I have to be close.
Usually 3 days.
That's cool. All right, man.
Thank you, bro. See ya. Okay, I could do that. We could do that all day. Just pick up wholesalers, right? The goal is, like, if you don't have 50 wholesalers in your market that you know and you're getting deals from, 50 agents in your market you're getting deals from, that's your leads source, guys. Like this guy, you know, of course he is like, oh crap, you called me on my office number where normally a homeowner would call. How did you get my number? You said the word wholesaler, and most homeowners don't know what the word wholesale is. So that caught him off guard. That's why he got really defensive for a minute. And you see that I'm patient. I know where this is going. I've done this a couple of times. Just go, okay, yeah, no problem. So can we do business? Cool. Can we do business? Can we do business? Can we do business? And we just kept it up. He's like, yeah, actually, I've got a deal in Jonesboro that you could sell for $220. He's like, oh yeah, this one's pretty easy, right? Does everybody feel like you guys could do that? Get a wholesaler, right?
How sad is it though that the industry is so toxic that he instantly got defensive?
Mhm.
Yeah. We're trying to fix that, guys. We can fix that. We got that. That might be the best world record that we create, that we shatter. Every time I put my muscles up, does everybody like, those aren't muscles? A couple people do.
Case, you don't have any time to work out, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Yes, I do. Huge. I'm shredded. If I was in the Ninja Turtles, they would call me Shredder. Okay, cool. That's the homework, guys. The homework is you get together with your accountability partners. Everybody goes out and gets a wholesaler. And the goal is to find a wholesaler that has an address so that you guys all, as a group, accountability group, can comp a property together and check each other's numbers. Okay? Because tomorrow, guess what we're going to be doing? We're going to be pulling random people up, and you are going to present what you and your accountability group came up with.
Uh-oh. Can't hide now.
Can't hide. And you guys, if you guys know me, I will unapologetically make you look like a knucklehead. And I will call you up in front of everybody. Okay. What is the homework, everybody? What is the homework? Get accountability partners. I want you guys, all of you, everyone in the accountability group, to Google cash buyer in whatever city you guys are working on. Ask that wholesaler, like, hey, I'm looking for properties. And they go, are you a wholesaler? You go, sometimes yes, sometimes no. What do you have for me to look at? Right? And all you're doing is looking for one address. Okay. Looking for one address. And I want everybody in that group to comp that address. Okay. So you don't need to find 5 wholesalers and 5 addresses each. You just need to find, everybody needs to get one wholesaler and have that phone call. And you just need one address. I want everybody comping that address and coming up with your ARV through Privy. I want you guys to come up with your renovation estimate based on the guidelines we gave. And I want you guys coming up with the maximum allowable offer. That's it. That's the homework for the night. Everybody feel good about this? Donald says, how do you handle the conversation with the wholesaler? Just be honest. Everything I do is honest. Honest, honest, honest. Just tell people. People respect that right out of the gate. Don't ever hide that. Okay? Don't ever hide that. Integrity. And people will respect that. And you say, well, yeah, sometimes I wholesale. Yeah. Okay? Here's why wholesale gets a bad rap, is because people just have a little bit of a hard time understanding how to talk to people. And when you have a hard time talking to people, you make things up. And then when you make things up, the industry gets a little bit toxic where people are always hiding things from each other. Like I'm trying to do a magic trick every minute. That's exhausting. I don't know about you guys, but I lie to my children enough about Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny and all those types of things. I'm exhausted about it. Okay. Would that be 3 comps and 3 addresses for 3 accountability partners? May not be in the same group. No. I want all of you guys to go find a wholesaler, and everybody's goal is to just get one address as a group. That's it. I'm making this so easy, guys. You're overthinking it. I'm making it so easy. Everybody on the group needs to get a wholesaler and say, I made the call. That box needs to be checked for everybody individually. The goal is, if you can't get, did I get an address from that guy? No, he doesn't have a property. So some people are going to strike out, and that's okay. But somebody in your team is going to get an address that is currently a house that is under contract. And I want you guys to go through Privy and the spreadsheet, and I want you to come up with the ARV. I want you to come up with the reno and the MAO on that property. How does everybody feel about that? Are we feeling good? Craigslist is fine. You guys could go to Craigslist. I'm okay with that. Facebook is great. Facebook Marketplace is okay too. Okay. Tomorrow, what we're going to do is we're going to teach you guys how to find opportunities on Privy, so you don't have to go outside of Privy. But today, I just want you guys to go get an address. Okay. Guys, I have 1,000 people in here and 250 people on YouTube. Are we feeling good? Give me a yes. I want 1,000 yeses. Everybody feel empowered. They feel good. Everybody's feeling solid. Feel like they learned a thing or two. Molly, do you feel like you learned anything today? She's like, no.
I taught you how to use your own spreadsheet.
Oh my gosh. I'm going to karate chop this woman.
Karate chop. Actually, I told him, I was like, I'm going to come to your studio and do it today at your studio. And he's like, no, stay home. That's what he said to me this morning. No, stay home.
I didn't say it that way. I was like, sure, but no, stay home.
He's just being safe.
All right, guys, we got 40 minutes with Benson. So here's what I want to do. I'm going to turn my camera off. I'm going to be quiet and sit here quietly, so you guys get a break and a pause in the action with me. I will do Q&A after Benson leaves and departs for an hour. And I just want Benson to have the floor with people that have questions. I know that Jonathan Asbell has a question. I think some other people have some questions. If you guys have a question, please raise your hand. We should be able to get through 40 minutes of questions with Benson. And then if you have a specific pace question, I will start answering those at 1 o'clock, which will be in 40 minutes. Okay.
Awesome.
Benson, I think you have co-hosts, so you should be able to unmute people and call on them and all that stuff.
Yep, I'm seeing that option, ask to unmute. One of the first things I want to address is that we've got people here that are asking questions about obvious functionality that Privy does, which makes me believe that you probably haven't watched the onboarding videos yet, which is okay. I know we're all busy. You're taking, several hours a day already doing training with Pace and with the bonus training with me. But what I would definitely encourage you to do, and I just put it here in the chat, is to go and watch the onboarding videos. You can watch all those in less than an hour. It will show you the basics of running a search, how to pull off-market leads, how to export lists, how to run a deal search, how to pull comparables. It's all there for you. Okay, so I definitely would encourage you to watch that. Somebody did ask about pulling off-market leads. That video, if you wanted to go directly to it, just go into the side menu and go to where it says Learning Center. Just type in that chat or the search off-market, and it'll show you like 5 different videos that you can watch on how to do that. So we absolutely do all the off-market stuff, all the on-market stuff. I had somebody say, "Oh, I don't want to do on-market," and I asked why. Right? Because on-market is infinitely easier, infinitely less expensive than doing off-market. And the simple fact that you haven't done it before doesn't mean you shouldn't add it to your business model. It's free. It takes way less time, and it's way more simple. And so if you are still, even after everything we've done for the last few days, still aren't seeing that, then well, maybe we have to do a better job of explaining it to you. And that will be done through the training. So even this week on my bonus training, I've gone in and shown you dozens and dozens of deals that I was able to find on market in next to no time at all. And the challenge after that is getting under contract. That challenge is the same whether it's off market or on market. The challenge with off market is that the chance of you finding a property you can actually write an offer on is so slim because you have to talk with the seller. And that is so hard, right? I don't know how many offers you've written this week if you've done off market, but if you did an on market strategy, you could have written 40 offers up to this point already, easy. And guess what? The more offers you write, the more offers you get accepted, the more deals you get under contract, and the more deals you're going to close. So again, I'm not saying don't do off market. It works. Just have more than one tool in the toolbox, okay? I'm going to go ahead and unmute some people here. And we're going to go with Nathaniel first. Nathaniel, raise your hand again. I think I just lowered your hand before I unmuted you. Apologize for that. But I'm going to jump with Ricardo now. Go ahead, Ricardo.
Hey, Benson, how's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
Doing good. Thanks for asking. My question was in regards to let's see, I wrote it down right here. Oh yeah, the additions, because I know we didn't really go over that. Could you briefly just explain it, what that really is, like the additions? Because I think we just used the word addition and we didn't really kind of like dove into what that meant actually.
You mean as far as Pace's example earlier and adding more square footage to the home?
Yeah, the addition part of it.
Well,
hey, Benson, let me answer that question after your time is up.
And you can jump in now, but with respect to Privy, when we are comping a property out, we're using the current square footage of the home to determine the high end and the low end of the square footage that's already there. So we're using that 15% that Pace mentioned earlier. Mm-hmm. So if the plan is to do an addition, then you're going to have to remove the comping algorithm by clicking that all activity checkbox. So let me just do a quick screen share here real quick, and I'll show you this. because the comps are hiding properties that are too big, which actually could be good comparables if you're going to add additional square footage to the place. So when you're looking at the comparative market analysis for a property, on the first pass, all these houses are within 15% of the square feet. If you're thinking about doing an addition, then you're going to click the all activity checkbox. That will now show you everything in the area, even the stuff that we don't consider a true comparable of the house in its current condition. Does it answer your question?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Pace.
I don't want to answer his question until you're gone. I'll keep his hand raised and I'll jump on him a little bit later. I'd rather there's a couple people in here, Jonathan Asbell being one of them, that really wanted to talk to you about a couple of things about Privy specifically.
Cool. I saw Jonathan's hand up earlier and then he disappeared. I'm going to go with Michelle. Go ahead, Michelle.
Sorry, my question was about the wholesale. So I'm sorry, I thought I had put my hand down. Right now I'm just listening to whatever everyone else is saying, but I wanted to ask a question about wholesaling. So I don't think that the question is for you. I think the question is for Pace.
Yeah, I'll answer your question. Michelle, put your hand back up. I'll answer your question when Benson's gone. I know that I know Brandon, I believe, has a question specifically to Privy. Guys, if you have a question right now, I'm going to lower, actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to lower everybody's hand. If you have a question about Privy specifically, please raise your hand back up again. There you go. Nathaniel's got a question. There he is.
Go ahead, Nathaniel.
Yeah, mine was specific to that the 1431. If you I think it was on this page actually. If you scroll down, and somebody said that they thought it was a closing date, but I don't understand why this would know the closing date. It says it like closed on the 27th, I believe.
Which closed on the 27th? One of the comps or the house on Richland?
No, this house. It says close date 7/29. It's above this. Sorry. It's in the it's in like the details area. Yeah, see right there. It's further down, just back where you were just a second ago, where I don't know what to call this area below the MLS details. Right there, it says closed 7/29/22.
Closed date, original price 165, closed date. I don't know what that means. Honestly.
Okay.
I don't know where that would have come from. That's in the future, right?
Yeah, it's 10 or 8 days from now. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll look into that for you. Good question. I appreciate you pointing that out. Anything else?
Prophecy, yeah.
It is a prophecy, bro. That's the prophecy algorithm that Privy just came in with.
That is true AI right there.
Yeah.
Thanks for that one. I'll look into it.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we got Brandon. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, how you doing? Actually, I figured it out. I was trying to figure out how you got that comparable view because earlier Pace was going through there and filtering out the enemies, but I finally figured it out, so I'm good.
Cool, no worries. All right, Edgar's coming up next. If you guys are up on deck, please know where your unmute button is so we can power through these. Go ahead.
Hey, Benson.
Hi.
Yeah, when we were doing the comparisons with the comparables, with Pace, I was not getting all of the comps that he was getting. Is there a reason for that?
No, not that I know of. If you're looking at, because he changed his comp zone, so he drew a different zone. You should have very similar comps to what you see right here on the map, because this is based off of the standard comp zone as far as the comp criteria. None of it's been changed or edited. But when he redrew his zone, then it would potentially have different comps there. Now, if you had blue comparables, then that has to do with the deal finding algorithm, and it's identifying and segmenting the comparables that support the comps that support your deal. What you defined as what a deal is. So, yeah. So besides that, they should be very much the same.
Right. Yeah, because I even redrew it the same way he was doing it. And I think he had like 24 comps and I only had like 18. So I don't know if I had something
it could be
else.
pulling in something from before where you didn't delete it or refresh the screen.
Okay.
Yeah, the comping algorithm is doing that for you.
Okay. Well, I'll just I guess I'll keep an eye out on that.
Cool. I appreciate that. And let me know if it still happens. Send me a chat and we'll make sure we get that looked at for you. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Anthony. Go ahead, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Okay. Can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
Okay. All right. Last night, we were trying to find properties in Chandler, Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a whole list of them come up, and every one of them said no bedrooms and no bathrooms.
Yep, that's a non-disclosure state. We do not have direct to MLS data there. So same as us or with PropStream or any other competitor who doesn't have direct to MLS, you're not going to see bedrooms. Chandler, Arizona won't show it to us.
Okay. All right. Now, the other thing is that we were working with the filter, and every time we put in filter for vacant or absentee owner, nothing came up. And we tried it in several cities and nothing came up.
Well, you want to make sure you're paying attention to your filters. So anything that you do here is an and search, meaning it stacks. So if you did absentee owner, senior owner, and vacant, for a house to match this search, it'd have to be all three of these. It's not an or.
Oh, okay. So it's not.
So if you had multiple things checked, then that could be part of it. The other thing is always check the timeline. I think our default search is the past week. So this is only looking for things that are new in the past week. So there's actually a really good video in the Learning Center that says why I'm not getting search results. It explains some of this stuff. It's a video, but part of it is that whenever you do a search having to do with the filter, it's making sure that everything you choose in here is true.
Okay.
So a good practice is to start off with a broad search, see your results, and then if you want it to be an absentee owner and a senior owner, then add that additional filter on, run it, and see what happens. It's also easier for you to kind of reverse engineer what would be the most limiting criteria by kind of just doing it in phases.
Okay. Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Now that I know that it works like that, we'll try it with just a general search and then add things slowly.
Yeah. The other thing to pay attention to is the status, right? So if you choose any of these three statuses, then the property is quote unquote on market. If you're looking for true off market properties that are not currently listed on the MLS, then you're going to choose sold. Now that's confusing for some people because they say, oh, I don't want sold properties, I want off market properties. Well, a house that's sold is off market. It's no longer on the MLS.
Right.
It could have sold yesterday or it could have sold in 1926. Sold means it sold at one point or another.
Okay.
Right. And so that's off market.
Okay. All right.
Cool.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thaddeus, go ahead.
How are you guys?
Awesome.
Can you hear me?
How are you?
Okay. I'm good. Hey, so I'm from Michigan, and yesterday I was on Privy looking at Michigan, and I'm also an agent, so I have MLS information. And I like the fact that this is much easier for comping than this MLS here. But when I look up specific properties, in fact, most properties, I got one right here, on market 21 days. I look it up on Privy. It says it's sold in 2014. No other information about it. Is Michigan kind of a state that has, I don't know, does Privy have problems with Michigan, or is that just maybe I'm using it wrong in some sense?
I don't think you're using it wrong. Michigan is currently a third-party market. It's one of the ones that's been approved that we have in the queue to be added. But so it's third-party, and that data comes from an aggregator, right? So when we say third-party, it's kind of like, prop stream level data in those markets. So that would be part of the reason why you're seeing it like that. It's just it doesn't have as much updates as far as active listings. The majority of the comping data is going to come from the county record information. But as soon as we add Michigan, which will include, there because of the MLS, it includes, Detroit, includes Grand Rapids, Lansing, Ann Arbor, all in one feed. So we'll have the majority, like 3/4 of the state covered as soon as that one launches.
Okay. All right. That's it.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
All right. Amar, go ahead.
Hey, Benson. So I was trying to comp a property yesterday. I actually have an address for you. And the address is 634 North Linwood in Indianapolis. So it's 634. Let me find it. Yeah, 634 North Linwood Ave, Indianapolis.
Okay.
So I was trying to comp another property. That was one of the properties. So I'm confused about the purchase price. It says it sold for $1,009,000.
Yep, this is part of a package deal. So if you guys have ever heard of tickets, it was a really kind of buzzword for a long time in late 2000s. Many people were chasing these, couldn't find them. Now I'm seeing them all over the place. When they buy a package of properties, they don't break it up into the actual individual cost of each property. When they record the deed at the county, if this had 10 properties on it, all 10 of these addresses would have $1,009,000, what you see here, that would be recorded at the county.
Okay,
that's what you're seeing.
That makes a lot more sense. I'm like, there's no way this house is worth $1 million. But is there a way to find out the other properties that were in that package deal?
Not currently. There's something that we're working on, something where we can actually go back and review all the other deeds and see if there's a deed number that we can pull in. It's something we're exploring, but not currently.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much. And thank you so much for this amazing software.
You're welcome. All right, let's see who we got up next here. We got Tigger. Go ahead.
Hey guys, thanks Benson. Actually, I have a property for you to pull up as well. It's tricky. I also have PropStream, and PropStream gives a little bit more data for this, but it's 3116 North 78th Court, and that's Elmwood Park, Illinois. So this, I don't know if Privy doesn't have up-to-date information in this area or what it is, but it doesn't show that this has actually been sold in like 2017.
Okay.
And PropStream does, and so and
What's
this
the
is
date on
also
it? What was the price on the actual sale?
the actual sale back in 2017 was.
In general, we have everything that the county gives us. So it isn't this situation as far as, being up to date or not up to date. We've got an open system and we just accept data as it's pushed to us. And this data comes from First American Title. So I don't know why it's not here. If you do have, let me just save this and I'll look into it for you. But in general, no, it isn't about updates because that's just obviously too far back. If it was like within the last week or 2 weeks, I would say, well, it was maybe hasn't been recorded yet. But obviously in 2017, it would already be recorded.
Right.
So I'll look at that. What was the sale date again?
It looks like it was.
It's okay.
5/15/2017. Recording date 6/30/2017.
And what was the amount? Here's the other thing.
178,920.
Well, that's interesting because it's way lower. It could have been a quick claim. Like
It is. It does show that's what that was. Actually, it was 220. I'm sorry. It's got a couple different things on here. So it has two different owners. I know the one owner, so it's so confusing. That's why I was kind of like, I'm not sure where this
Well, that
is
might
at.
be why, is because it's not an actual like sale. It was just a change of the deed information with I just forgot what it's called.
Quick claim.
A quick claim deed. That might be part of it, but I do think we should show quick claims because they're informational, but it wasn't an actual sale. Make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, it does say recorded date, warranty deed 4/17/4/10/2017.
Okay, so that is definitely something that we would have, is a warranty deed. Okay.
And I had a question too, because this information on both sites doesn't show the accurate. It's a 4-bedroom, 3-bath, and Privy shows it as a 3-1, and actually PropStream even shows it as a 2-2. So how do you, only because I know that this does have it, how do you adjust to that guesstimate work?
I mean, unless you have if you go look at it with your own eyeballs, and even then people might have two different opinions about what's a bedroom, what's not a bedroom. Is there a closet? Is there an egress window? That's real estate, right? This comes from the county records, the public record data. So, if they list the property with 4 bedrooms, then that agent is saying, oh, well, there's an attic that they finished out and now that's a bedroom. So this is kind of the subtlety of real estate, the gray areas, but this what we have is coming from the county records.
Okay.
Did that help?
Yeah, thank you.
Cool. You're welcome. All right. Ricky's up next. Ricky, you there? I'm asking to unmute you. It is acting like it was before.
Hello.
Are you there?
Yes, sir.
We got a bad connection, Ricky. Go ahead.
I would move on in that situation, Benson. If he's got bad service, I'd just jump over to Ralph.
Cool, Ralph, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm running searches in Durham, North Carolina, and trying to set the filter to only show for the last 3 months for comparables. I must be doing something wrong because it continues to show me for the last year.
It'll show you for the last 8 months, and there's actually no way to change it currently.
Okay, so
you can't change the duration of comparables. So when you see the comps on the map, right here,
yeah,
if you see something that you don't like, then you hide it.
Gotcha. So that filter for the time, what does that do then?
That is for the subject property. So if we chose past week, then you were looking for on market, it only showing you anything that came on market in the past week.
Okay.
If you were showing past week and it's off market, it would show you only anything that's sold within the last week.
Gotcha. Thank you.
You're welcome. And by the way, we are adding in a bunch of comping adjuster tools. That's one of the projects the team is working on right now. So you'll be able to come in and just really customize what a comp is for you and your business and your particular area. So stay tuned.
Right on. Appreciate it.
All right, Tommy. You there, buddy?
Yeah. Hello. Hello.
Hey, we got you.
Yeah. I was just messing around on here. It's going back to one of the earlier guys was mentioning that he couldn't find the same comps that Pace was seeing, like the solds and all that. I had that problem, and then I realized there's a little scroll bar next to the comps, and then all of a sudden I found that, and then all the comps that Pace was seeing, I was seeing. So I don't know if that was helpful.
Yeah, it's a good point. I didn't even think to mention that. So yeah, what you see on the screen here, there's a little right here, there's this gray bar. And then down here, it's open. That means there's more to see. So you can either grab the bar and drag it, or you can use the roller ball on your mouse. Or if you're on like a laptop, you can 2-finger it. And then you can scroll that way. Great. Thank you for that. Did you have a question? That's amazing.
No, that's all. I just thought it would be helpful because I was getting frustrated because everything was real time and it was happening fast. I'm like, I can't do it. And I kept hitting the reset button. And I was like, this ain't working. What am I doing wrong? And then I'm like, oh, there's a little scroll bar. So
thank you for that.
Yeah. Have a good one. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Who we got now? Chris.
Hey, what's going on, man? Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Awesome. I just had a quick question. You might have answered it with the gentleman from Michigan, but I'm trying to pull up like pre-foreclosure data around the Dallas area. So I'm filtering only pre-foreclosures and searching just Dallas in the location. And I also have checked sold because that would be off market technically, correct?
Yeah.
And I'm noticing that nothing is coming up. Is that similar to the third-party data that you were discussing previously with Michigan?
No, that would be respect to like MLS data.
Okay.
You depending upon which market you look in, they call it different things. Sometimes they call it an actual foreclosure. Sometimes they call it pre-foreclosure, which is why they're both there. So uncheck pre-foreclosure and check foreclosure.
Okay.
I bet you they pop up.
Gotcha. Yep. There's much more results there. Awesome. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. All right. Let's see. Who do we got going on here now? Leo.
Hello.
What's going on, Leo? How's Miami treating you?
Hot and sweaty.
Awesome.
So I've got two questions. The first one has to do, and hopefully it's simple. Can you rearrange the columns so that whatever criteria you're using can go like left to right, possibly simplifying it?
You mean as far as the comps are concerned?
Oh yeah, the columns at the bottom where you have number of bedrooms, bathroom, when it was built, last sold, all that stuff.
You can't rearrange them left to right, but you can sort them.
What do you mean by sort?
So you can sort the data that's in the columns by lowest to highest, furthest to closest.
Right. No, I saw that, but I was just thinking if you could move like all the years or whatever furthest to the left or the square footage, and then you can go down and like you said, just get rid of stuff as you wanted to. You hit this criteria first, then that one, then that one, then that one. Okay, but you're telling me you cannot move the columns. You just sort them.
You sort them, you can't move them around left to right.
Yeah, like for as an example, I think Chase started with what was it, the square footage, and then he jumped over to sold date, then he jumped over to something else. Then you kind of jump around. I was just wondering if you could put those in that order so that whatever process you use to pick them, you could have them in that logical order. Does that make sense?
You. It does. Yeah, I'm 100% sure of the convenience of that use case, but just, answer the question, excuse me, directly. No, you can't move those around.
Okay. The other question is, and I'm guessing it's that old software phrase about GIGO, garbage in, garbage out.
Mm-hmm.
I ran my address in Privy, and it came up very wrong as far as number of bedrooms, bathroom, and value. It showed the price of like 30 years ago or something in that area.
Mm-hmm.
That's just because the data is coming from the county or something and it's incorrect there?
Yeah, it's public record. So whatever has been recorded at the county, what's the address? Maybe you don't want to give your address.
I don't know. I don't mind. It's
Okay.
7396 Southwest 53rd Place, Miami, Florida. Bingo.
So is that Dade County?
Yep. Yeah, Dade County. There's my cute little house. And if you look at the house next door, it's about, I don't know, 3.5 million. And if you look at the one next to that, it's like nearly 4. It's kind of insane. And
so did you buy this in 2010?
When did you buy the house?
1985.
1985.
So there's a sale recorded in 2010.
That could be a refinance or something, possibly?
Yeah, refinance.
Yeah.
And that was at 160. So that's the last thing that was recorded there.
Right.
This isn't the value.
Okay.
That's just the amount that was on that recorded either deed or warranty deed or.
Okay, so that's just historical.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, you answered both questions then.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, listen, if you got more bedrooms and bathrooms now than you do.
No, we always had them. We always had them. It just always counted them wrong.
Right. Well, that's probably good for you because they base your assessed value on what they have at the county. So if you actually were showing 4.2, you'd probably be paying more taxes.
No, then I'll keep it all a secret.
Yeah.
Except now I've told a couple thousand people.
But we're all good. It's only 1,000. It's not a couple thousand. Don't be.
Okay, it's only 1,000, but isn't it also on YouTube?
Oh, great.
Yeah, all great. All right.
All right.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. Ciao.
Got a couple more minutes here, guys. I'll try to get through as many questions as I can. Brian.
Right after Brian, let's go to Jonathan Asbell. He asked a question yesterday. He hasn't gotten. He's the guy that stepped away for a little bit. We missed him, so let's jump on him next.
Okay. Yeah, I've sent Jonathan several messages. It's probably about the MLS.
So you say me Pace or who?
Go ahead, Brian.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just got a question about Privy. Do you guys have direct to MLS on South Carolina?
Which island?
South Carolina.
I don't. Where is that at? What's that located? What city is it near, or what state?
No, it's a state. South Carolina.
Oh, South Carolina.
North Carolina.
No, that is currently third-party data.
Okay.
The area that we're going to first there is Charleston.
Oh, okay, okay. And then that clarified my question.
So
and
third party, yeah. There. When you look at the map, here, I mean, you can see, based off the map, you can see here like where the data is. So like South Carolina, Charleston. It's all up here in North Carolina. So this is a good way of knowing where you're at. But we got prop stream level data down here.
Right. Okay. And then another question. Well, that clarified my second question then. That's gonna be all.
That's all?
Yeah, just that clarified my second question about the buyers. So yeah, thanks, Benson.
Yeah, you'll still have buyers there. You'll still have, you can still find cash buyers. You can still find fix and flips.
Yep.
All the off market stuff, third party MLS. You just don't have the rich photos and it doesn't update as often.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Thanks, Mason.
You're welcome.
Yep.
Jonathan, how can I help you?
Hey, how are you? If I'm not appearing, I don't know what's wrong with the Zoom thing. I have no idea. I can't figure it out. So let me see if you could bear with me. Can I share my screen?
Do you need to?
I kind of prepared something just so that it could be quicker. I mean, if you want me to talk it through without it, I can.
Yeah, let's go ahead and just explain the question to me real quick. I mean, we've been having some back and forth about.
Jonathan, I gave you co-host so you can try and
MLS.
share your screen.
Okay. All right, here we go. It didn't work out too well, did it? Or did it? Can you guys see my screen?
Yes, we can.
We see.
All right. So just by the way, just to kind of set things. So I wanted to bring this up because I don't know how to really do it with Privy, and I'm not sure that Pace really approaches it, but there are two kind of ARVs in my mind. One is like, I call it the broke hustler ARV. And that's like this one here, where it's like, it's old stuff and you're just kind of the lipstick thing that Pace was talking about. And then you got the bling bling one, which is like this one, which this thing was a wreck and we turned it into a whole renovated thing. So the reason why I divide the two is because depending on what the situation is, I'm either going to renovate the whole darn thing or I'm going to just, make it as nice as it possibly can. So with that in mind, the kind of things that I'm looking for, the typical searches are off-market foreclosures, in-map view or demarcated foreclosures, ARV in this range foreclosures, and then kind of like in the map and with the ARV range with auction dates. So I would bet that most of us are chasing this stuff. So I want to know how to best do that. And then on the other side, active stuff that is like on market less than 300. I kind of think I can do it, but I'm just getting the wrong results. Same thing on market for between some days on market, and then expired or canceled. The key with expired and canceled, and I don't know how your system handles it, is that
No, we're not doing anything with expired or canceled.
Okay, cool. That's good to know. So anyway, we can focus on those two things. And that's it. In your interface here, I remember I played with this like many months ago.
Cool.
But some of these things I don't know what data supports these things. I don't know what this affects. And then like some of the things you have up here affect down here. So if you could maybe go over how to achieve this basic stuff with this search, I would be so grateful.
Well, it's going to have to be another time. I do have to go right now. But would you mind sending that to me, emailing it to me? I'll take a look at it. We can jump on it. Can you be on the training later on today?
Yeah, it can be whatever you want, or whatever pace and you guys want to do is fine with me.
Yeah, I got a split right now, but if you could just jump on the training that we have scheduled for today. I sent out that earlier with the link for this. Okay. So that starts in about an hour.
Great. I sent you the file. It's in your chat.
Oh, in the Privy chat. Okay.
Privy chat, yeah.
Got it. All right.
Cool.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Pace. Yeah.
Sorry,
welcome.
Benson.
No, it's okay.
I've got a big multifamily deal I'm working on, so thank you for running that.
Not a problem.
So Benson, I'll let you out of here. Guys, give Benson some love. And if you guys are a Privy client, you guys will get you guys will be in his training in an hour from now, and I'm going to do an hour of Q&A. And I just got to finish up a phone call with a multifamily deal, and I will be with you guys to answer questions. Thank you, Benson. You're the freaking man. I appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate everybody.
So you guys have a term sheet on it for 10 million? Nothing like doing deals, you know what I'm saying? Sorry, it was a conversation about a private conversation. $10 million coming in from my lender. It is a big deal. It's a big one. Wow. This is what happens. 852 people, man. 852 people. I lost everybody's attention. That sucks. Or people just got other things to do. They're like, I already got my homework for the day. I know what I'm doing. I'm out. Right? All right, let's go through it. Let me do some questions for you guys, help you guys out. If you guys have questions, let's do it. $860 people on Zoom. We were at 1,000 for a good solid 3 hours, and then Benson had to bail. Jordan Sutter. How you doing, Jordan?
Hey, how you doing?
What up, dog? What you got for me?
All right, so I think my question might have been for Benson, but I'm comping a property in my area that I've been keeping an eye on, and I can give you the address. It's 502 Sunset Drive.
If you're trying to get a question about Privy, I would save it for Benson. He's doing another training in 56 minutes.
Okay, all right.
If it's a comping question, I would ask him. If it's a general real estate question, I'll leave that to me.
Yeah, it might be about Privy because this house, I just looked it up on Zillow, but I also looked it up on Privy. On Zillow, it just got listed 1 day ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been following it off market, and I don't see it for sale on Privy, but it shows up a red outline with a white background on here for 125, but it just got listed.
This is 100% a Benson question.
Okay.
You're obviously a Privy client, so he'll send you you guys probably already have the link for the training coming up, right?
I'll check my email.
Cool. We'll see you on there.
Thanks.
Christopher, what up? Here he is performing heart surgery and learning real estate at the same time. I love it. What do you got for me, dog? I can't hear you. You got to unmute. Can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
There we are.
Still? No?
Yeah, I can hear
It's
you.
fine.
No, I can
Thank
hear
you,
you.
Pace.
I can hear you.
No, you can't hear me. You can't hear me, right?
Yes, I can.
You can hear me? Oh,
Yes.
It was in reference to the comps, but they said if there's no comps, then we could actually just try to partner up with a sub two, and then they could kind of like try to move the deal for us, correct?
Yes, that is correct. Yes, 100%.
All right, yeah, no, I just wanted to know about.
His internet sucks. Okay, so Yamilet says, Pace, do you recommend doing a sub 2 deal that's on market with an agent? Absolutely, yeah. What are the pros and cons? Do you have a YouTube video for it? The pros are that if there's a deal, there's a deal. Great. There's a lot of owner finance and sub 2 deals on the market. Your question is, the biggest challenge with doing deals with real estate agents is that most of them are uneducated. That's the biggest problem. Unfortunately. There you go. Brendan Lyons, what up, dog?
Yo.
How you doing, man? Good to see you.
Doing great, man. Hey, sorry if you already answered this question, but like your calculator too, and the way you went through that flip calculator, like which I've already been using, was fire. Helped me a lot.
Thank you.
At some point during this, will you ever do you have a separate calculator, and would you ever consider doing that like from a buy and hold person's eyes? Because I've been kind of struggling. Like I've always looked at my math through sort of flippers math, and recently I've been losing some opportunities that if I were better at, like, you know what I mean? Like I'm looking at even like these small houses in my tiny markets, like using flippers math, and I know that's wrong.
Yeah, if you guys want me to, I can walk you through that on Saturday. I'll do a whole walkthrough on like how people that are doing the Burr strategy or creative finance underwrite deals. I'd be happy to do that.
That would be amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Tomorrow, what I really want to do is I'm going to give you guys your biggest homework tomorrow is we're going to start looking at opportunities on Privy, right? Like today, the main thing I want you guys to do is just get an address as accountability groups, and then comp those together and then kind of share notes, have a conversation. And then same time Saturday, I don't know. Guys, I'm a busy guy. I hate to sound like this, but I'm so bloody busy that even when I committed to Saturday, I was like, fudge, what did I do? Like Saturdays when I actually get things done and I'm not working at least half the day. So I got to figure that out, but I promise I'll tell you guys on Saturday what time, or I'll tell you guys tomorrow what time I can do Saturday. I got to cancel multiple meetings to make it happen. So I promise I'll make it happen. Brendan, what I'll do on Saturday is I'll walk you through what cash buyers that are buying and holding are looking at, and what creative finance buyer. I mean, if you go into every Friday inside of Sub 2, Dustin Kircher, one of our big leaders, been in there 2.5 years, every Friday morning during the daily dial, Dustin Kircher shows you guys how to underwrite deals every Friday morning.
Okay, I'll do that. That's amazing.
Yeah. We have such amazing leaders in Sub 2. It's game changing. Like just here's what the number one problem with our Sub 2 mentorship is we have so much.
Too much.
We have so much support and so much love and so much connectivity that you're like, the hardest thing is just determining what you need at that moment.
Yeah, that's true. People already message me, so it's amazing.
Yeah.
No place better on earth ever.
I know, I agree. And I was on an 1.5-hour phone call with 2 people this morning, even making it better. And I've got like 10 more calls over the next 3 months that are going to even like triple its value. It's going to be insane. Good to see you, brother.
You too, brother. Thank you.
Thank you for telling me that, because I'll put that on my to-do list on Saturday. Couple of questions. I don't know what I would do if you didn't have this recorded. You would go pay somebody $10,000 for the same information, probably. Pace, you do deals in Scottsdale? Yes, I do. A lot of deals in Scottsdale. Jennifer Shelton, reiterating what I said earlier, Dustin Kircher, if you're a Sub 2 student, Dustin Kircher is incredible at underwriting. Must join Friday Daily Dial. What about Tolleson? Yes, I will do deals in Tolleson. What if there is no bed or bath count? How do you comp that? You have to get photos or you have to verify. Is it Dana or Dana? Unmute yourself. You have not unmuted yourself. Usually people on the phone have a really hard time unmuting themselves.
Yeah.
There we go. Here she is. So how do we pronounce your name?
Dana.
Dana. Awesome.
Yeah.
What do you
Hey.
got for me?
I just have a quick question about the profit analysis sheet.
Yes.
So the loan amount, right? You
Yeah.
put up 81%. So
Yeah.
normally people like us, or we get a loan from myinvestorloan.com, we
Yeah.
have to put at least 19 or 20% into the total loan amount. But is that
Yes.
because you only pay 9%, right? I just want to understand the math.
So it depends on the lender. So I use myinvestorloan.com.
Yeah.
And if you're going to fix and flip,
Yeah.
you have to get your own lender, and your lender will tell you what to put in those spaces.
Right.
But for me, my investor loan gives me 81% of the purchase price and 81% of the renovation. So I have to go get 19% of my own money, or I have to borrow it from a private money lender.
Okay.
So a lot of times you have two lenders on one deal, right?
Right.
So actually, I probably have a couple people in here that are my private money lenders in this chat that I go to my investor loan, I get 81%. And then I go to like my uncle, and my uncle gives me the other 19%. So now I have all the money.
Oh, okay. So that part that you said, the payment to the hard money is the money.
That's only to myinvestorloan.com.
Okay. I'm just a little confused. So say if the total money we need for acquire the property and the renovation is $300,000. So normally we had to put 20% of that. So $60,000.
Here's how it usually works. Okay.
Okay.
So let's say that I have somebody sends me an opportunity that's $300,000. That's the purchase price.
Right.
Okay. So I'm buying it from them at 300,000. And then let's say that my closing costs to buy that are 2%. So let's say $6,000. Okay. So I add that on there. And then let's say that I have another renovation cost of $100,000 renovation, right?
Right.
So my total amount that I need to buy the property, close on it, and renovate it is $406,000. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So here's what happens. I go and I get 81% from my investor loan.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So they give me 81%, and then I have to go and get the other 19% from either a credit card or my uncle or from Yara, who's in the side chat. I see Yara is one of my private lenders. She's given me money before, or I use my own money.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So that would mean, let's see, 81% of 406. Just come up with the number. So 406.
328.
Okay, 328. Okay, cool. So then they're going to give me $328,860, right?
Right.
So that comes from myinvestorloan.com.
Yeah.
Then I need to get 406 times 0.19. So I got to go borrow $77,140 from somebody else or use my own money.
Yeah, around that money. Yeah.
Okay. Does that help answer your question?
Okay. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Yeah. That's okay. Payment required. Okay. Because remember you was talking about you have like a 9% something.
Yep. So right here, I'm going to pay 9% on this money right here. So here's how I make the payment. Pull out your calculator.
Yeah.
Take $328,000.
Right.
And $860. Multiply that by 0.9.
09.
Okay.
Yeah. 29,520.
Yep. So let's say it's $29,600. Just to round it up, divide that by 12. And that's my monthly payment. So I have a monthly payment on that for $2,466 a month.
Oh, you were talking about your monthly payment. Okay, I got it. Okay.
That help?
Yeah. So another interesting thing is I was talking to Prime Service, what I think called that I signed up for the business
Prime Corporate Services?
Yeah, they were
Yeah.
I talked with Max. He told me a very good trick yesterday. He said if you have a credit card, go to plastic.
Yeah, who do you think taught Max?
You.
It's
Super.
Plastique. It's plastique.com with a Q.
Yeah. It's
So use the
super
word
helpful.
Q.
Yeah,
So
because
that's how we get the money that we get for this money right here.
Yeah.
A lot of times comes from plastique.com just using a credit card.
Yeah, because I cannot get a credit right now, but I'm going to utilize a credit card.
Well, you also have a lot of lenders in here, right? So
yeah.
who in here is in my lending community? Say me.
Okay.
See, this is why you hang out with me, because I attract money.
Yeah. When you go to see Kanye, I'll go with you too.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, of course.
Absolutely.
You can be my cameraman.
Yeah. Love that. Thank
Cool.
you. All right.
Good question. Okay, so Jeremy, what up, Jeremy? How you doing?
Pace.
What up, dog?
Hey man, sorry. I am listing a property right now. I'm actually with the photographer at the home.
Oh, nice.
So I apologize.
Of course, I call on you right now.
Of course, you call me right now. Quick question though. I never want to waste anyone's time, and I appreciate you. So the homework. I'm probably a knucklehead, but if I have 3 accountability partners, I'm going to run comps with those accountability partners for a property. However, if I'm an accountability partner for, let's say, 5, 6, 7 others, is it reasonable to expect that I would also do my best to ensure that they stay accountable and comp those properties as well?
That is correct. What I really want is I want the whole accountability group to focus on one property.
Yeah.
One property as a total and see what everybody comes up with. And then the accountability group should go, wow, why are you off 50 grand? Well, here's what I did. Oh, well, here's what you did wrong. And you guys crowdsource the information. That's why I want you guys to do it as a group.
Got it. Beautiful. Love it.
Cool.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. And hopefully we'll see you on Saturday.
Have fun listing that property, dog.
Will do.
David Elston.
Hey, Bake, thank you.
Of course, yeah.
I have a question. You were comping a property earlier today, the one that was a 2-bedroom. Yeah. And when you were going to do the add-ons, were you going to add on a bed and bath, or were you just going to add on square footage? Because the comps you were using were all 3-bedroom, 2-bath.
Yeah.
So I was just a little confused on when you said add-on, was it going to be an extra bedroom, bath, or were you just going to do square footage? And
okay, so great question. Great question. You're getting a little bit into the mucky muck, and that's okay. So I'm gonna get deep on this, and it's gonna deviate. Got well over 800 people, well over probably 1,100 people between here and YouTube. So don't overthink this thing, guys. What he's basically asking is my price per square foot when I'm adding square footage should change if I'm adding a bathroom versus if I'm just adding a living room. And the reason for that is because not only do you have plumbing and drains and water supply that needs to go there, but you also have a shower, which is expensive. You also have vanities and mirrors and light fixtures and, plumbing fixtures and a toilet and all these kind of things that can be a lot pricier, right? Well, David, if you remember, I'm already renovating the total house, right? $75 a foot. And so that whole entire house is already there. I'm just going to add $12,000 for good measure. I already took that into consideration that I have to redo everything, including plumbing. So if it was just me, let's say I had an already renovated house and I wanted to add square footage and I wanted to be a bathroom, I would have bumped that up higher, probably closer to $200 a foot. But since the whole house is already being renovated, all the plumbing's already being done. Here's a good question. Is it, let's say that I need a brand new patio in the back of the house, right? And I need to pour concrete. That price, let's say it's $5,000 to do that. If I have to do it by itself, it's $5,000. But let's say that I'm already pouring a driveway and I tell the guy pouring the driveway, I go, hey man, while you're here, your tools are already here, your guys are already here, you have a little bit extra concrete. How much would you charge me to throw a back patio on while you're already here? He'd probably go, $2,000. Right? Because the coordination, the scheduling, the materials, the labor, all the things are already there. Okay. I call it the while you're at it price. Hey, while you're at it, it's a lot cheaper when people are already working on the property than if you do it as its own addition. Does that make sense?
Right. So you would turn that property at 2-1 into a 3-2 then?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, bro. Yeah. Because when you were doing it, I was like, when I comp, I normally don't comp 2-1, but if you're going to do add-ons, it makes sense. So that was my question. I didn't hear when you were going, okay, I'm going to turn this into a 3-2. But
we went through it. It was quick. Now that I remember, it was really quick, so I could see why you missed it. I went through and I was like, we're going to have to add a bed and a bath, and I should have really hit home on that, because we talked about one of the steps is how do you make your property the same as the property that you're shooting for in terms of renovation, bed, bath count, etc. And it was so quick, I could see why you missed it.
And Paige, you are amazing. I've been coached by Mike Ferry, Tom Ferry, Brian Buffini in their program by far. I've been in your program for about 2 months. I canceled all of them. You are by far the best investor, real estate, mentor, coach, whatever you want to call yourself. You blow the guy out of the water.
I'm just a homie, dude. I'm just here to hang out with you guys and do deals. That's it.
Yeah, man, I definitely appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Thank you for that. Words of affirmation mean a lot to me. Thank you so much. Here's a good question. Phil Yao says, can you pay cash? That's a great question. Why do you want to pay cash? Phil, what's up, dog?
No, Paige, I meant for the if you pay cash, and they'd be like, yeah, I'll do whatever you want.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you. Okay, cool. All right, Anthony, again, back at it again, huh, Anthony? I'll be quick with Anthony so I can get to everybody else. I only got 30 minutes left and I got to go do a property walkthrough. I'm buying real estate, guys. Anthony, what's up, bro?
How you doing?
Really good, man.
Hey, I am really enjoying this, especially that spreadsheet this morning. That was great. I have never seen anybody do that before.
Awesome.
My question is, I'm working on a portfolio of properties. It's I'd say about 15 of them in one portfolio in Southern California. And I have a potential buyer for it, but now how do I give them the information? I don't have it under contract. So how do I give them the information such as the price and all that stuff and figure my price in?
Okay, so when you're brand new and you're just building momentum, this is the thing that everybody's worried about. I actually had a girl yesterday, her name's Lisa, call me. She had a very similar question. She's like, I'm just really paranoid because I think people are going to go behind me. So a couple of things that people need to understand. This is very important. You guys want to learn something very good. This is a very good thing to learn. So let's say that I've got my seller, right? And this seller has a portfolio of 15 houses. Mm-hmm. Well, right now, Anthony is talking to are you talking to the seller directly or do you have a wholesaler?
No, the company that I'm talking to, they actually own the houses. And the guy who I'm presenting them to, I actually did my very first deal with him back in 2008.
Okay, cool. So
I trust him. I trust
he's a
him.
trustworthy guy. Great. So
yeah.
Here's what everybody worries about is that they go, okay, well, let's say for example, you've got these sets of properties set up for $200,000 each. And so you're about $3 million total for the package, right? I'm just going to make this up.
Okay.
And you go, man, that's a big package. If I can get these sold to this guy, I think that I would really like to make $100,000, right? Type of thing. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, really, what is the purchase price and what determines the purchase price? This is a very important thing for people to know is what determines the purchase price?
What somebody will pay for it.
That's right. What determines the purchase price is somebody's willingness to pay it.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're in this business, you're always asking, well, how much do I charge? How much do I charge? How much do I charge? If you're brand new, I always tell people, go to your buyer first and go to them and say, hey, I've got a package of homes and I am working on negotiating them, and I would throw my fee in there. I'd say $3,100,000 is where I'm currently at on my negotiation. Where do I need to be? Now, this is somebody that you trust, right? Somebody you say, where do I need to be before I get the good old fat C, the contract?
Right.
And I ask them that question. If you don't trust those people, then I would come over here and I would have people sign an NDA. And if you guys want me to supply an NDA tomorrow, I will.
Yeah, I've dealt with that before.
Okay, it's an NDA or non-circumvent, so it means that they're not going to go around you. And you say, hey, look, I'm going to wholesale this to you. And I just need an agreement that says you're not going to go around me. And if you do go around me and I find that you buy the property, then I can go after you. So if you guys want, I will give this. Hey, Gloria, I don't know if people realize when they send me private messages, but please don't. You guys don't know that you're sending me a private message, but please don't send me a private message, please. So I would get an NDA for privacy, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And tell people you can't circumvent me. And if it ever comes to light that you did circumvent me, then you owe me money. And because of this agreement, I can sue you and get that money. Now, here's the important thing for people to understand, not Anthony, but other people, is that here's the seller, okay? And that seller and let's say there's an agent on this deal, and you're communicating with an agent. It doesn't matter if it's an agent or a wholesaler, it doesn't matter, okay? Or let's say that there is none of that, it's just direct. It doesn't matter, really. And this is you. And you go and you get a contract and you're trying to negotiate the contract. I'm going to tell you right now, there are two people you're going to work with. Okay. You're going to work with a buyer, and then you're going to work with a real buyer.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the difference between a buyer and a real buyer? A buyer is somebody who says they're a buyer, but has no proof that they've ever bought a property. These are also called wholesalers. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of bad actors out there in the wholesale world. Okay. Virginia says, is the buyer running away? No, what I mean by a buyer versus a real buyer is that you will run into people say, yeah, I'm a buyer. Yeah, I'm a buyer, but they're not. They're just another wholesaler trying to JV a deal. So what I usually do is I always say, so are you wanting to JV with me, or are you an actual cash buyer? And if you're not sure, it's pretty simple to show you guys how easy it is to pull up if somebody's a real buyer, okay? So for example, I bought a property yesterday. I'm actually curious if this property recorded. But let's go to, I'll show you how easy it is to see if somebody actually owns stuff, okay? So let's go to Maricopa County Assessor's Office. Okay, you guys can do this practice this on your own computer. Okay, I'm going to go to the assessor's office and I'm going to see what's up. And I'm going to go in here and I'm going to say, all right, is there an address in here? Let's see, not assessor. What do I want to do? Assessor. Okay, let's do, I think, Moving Forward Ventures. I'd be curious if I closed in Moving Forward Ventures. Okay, so you see this right here? You can see that I own property, right?
Right.
In this in this LLC. So you can see that I own property. Would you guys say I'm a real buyer? Am I a real buyer or am I a wholesaler?
You're a real buyer.
I'm a real buyer. So the only people that will ever go around you are wholesalers. A real buyer will never go around you. Somebody who actually owns real estate, and you can verify it very easily. Guys, I literally verified in less than 15 seconds just one of my many, many LLCs. Okay. That I am a real buyer.
Right.
So your guy's a real buyer. I wouldn't over worry about it. Here's why I say this. The people who go around you are wholesalers. This is why agents, just so you know, when wholesalers say, I don't know why agents hate us. I go, the same reason anybody hates you, because you lie. And I am a wholesaler, and I do a lot of deals with other wholesalers, but they spend more time lying than they do just telling. So for me, if I run into a wholesaler and I ask them, hey, are you trying to JV with me? And they say, yes. I go, amazing. Let's do a deal together. And I'm okay with that. I don't mind if somebody wants to sell my deal. What do I care?
Right.
What we care about is if I'm trying to sell a deal and you pose as a real buyer and you're fake and something's going wrong with your buyer, guess what? I have no connection with this person.
Right.
And I have no real update. Right. So when I'm going like, what's going on? What's going on? What I don't know. Why haven't we closed escrow? Why are we not getting an update? Where's the earnest money? It's usually because this person and this person are not connected. And there's somebody in between. And I call them bad actors or bad wholesalers or fake buyers. So that is where people are worried about somebody going around you. Guys, the only person that will ever go around you is somebody who doesn't own property. Let me tell you something. This is an interesting thing. I'm sorry if your feelings get hurt by this, but anybody in here, members of Costco or Sam's Club, something along those lines?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a noticeable difference when you walk in Costco versus a Walmart?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay. What's the difference between Costco and Walmart? $99 a year.
Yeah.
That's it. The $99 a year is the differentiator between people who are not willing to have a Costco membership and people who are. It attracts a very different type of demographic. And somebody's on here is like, I don't have a Costco membership. Well, you probably should get one. Okay. So here's the thing. It's the same thing with, this is going to sound really bad too, because people in here are not students of mine. I can tell when somebody's a student and has paid for a mentorship in their life and people who have never paid for anything. There's a noticeable difference. People that have committed to themselves, there's a noticeable difference. Okay. It's the same thing with a real buyer versus a non-real buyer. Okay. A real buyer that owns real estate, they have a mentality of longevity. And so they're never going to go around somebody. It's not a business practice that has got them to where they currently are. So when I verify if somebody actually owns property, not only are they not offended by that, they actually are proud to tell you, yeah, of course I own property. Here's my LLC. Look me up.
Right.
So if you are ever fearful of somebody going around you, it's because those people are not real buyers. A real buyer, I can call them all day long, go, here's the address. Let me know what you'll buy. In fact, like I did this on on Tuesday night, I did this on our sub 2 Zoom. I just called, one of our students had a deal, Maj out of Colorado. He's like, hey, I've got a deal. He's like, what do I do now? And I go, watch. And I went on Privy. I found a buyer literally in the neighborhood of the subject property. I clicked on the thing, got his phone number, called him right there, and we gave him the address. Didn't have an NDA. Didn't have anything protecting us, because the thing protecting us is the demographic of the person that I was talking to is a real buyer.
Got it. Okay. And how do you go about figuring out what you should get on a multi-thing property like this? I mean, it's something close to like $5 million.
If it's $5 million, what I typically do is, nobody has an appropriate answer for this. Okay. There's no spreadsheet that shows this. And so what I usually do is people go, So in a this is not a creative finance deal, but in a creative finance deal, the thing you have to look for is cash on cash return, right? And I can show you guys how to come up with cash on cash return on Saturday. Okay.
Okay.
But on, if it's a multifamily deal, it's cash on cash return. If it's a single family deal, it's more about it's more about the ARV and all that kind of stuff. Cash on creative finance, I don't care as much about ARV. I care more about what is my investment and what's my return on a yearly basis. In cash, the way that people do this, especially in multifamily, is they take the price, or multiple properties. They take the price and they go, honestly, I'm going to charge what I think I should make, and they'll throw their fee on top of it and see where it takes them. So that's why I said take the $5 million and add 300 grand to it and say, this is the price. Tell me where you would need to be at. And he's going to come back and let's say you said $5 million, right? So you go, hey, let's say you get it under contract for $5 million. Okay. What do you think you want on that, Anthony?
Well,
150 grand, 200 grand, 300 grand.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I would say 250 because
okay, great. Then that's it.
Yeah.
Throw the 250 on there, send it over to your buyer and say, hey, I'm negotiating this property right now at 5,250. Where do you need to be at for me to go and finalize this contract? That's it.
Okay. All right. That made it real easy.
It actually is very easy.
Yeah.
In fact, I just, Kelly Humbarger, that's very interesting. Kelly's confusing fixing and flipping with wholesale. So, Kelly, I want to chat with you for a second. Thank you for bringing that up. Kelly Humbarger.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
I sure can.
Cool.
Let me tell you the difference in what we're talking about here.
Yes, please.
Okay, so there's in the grand landscape of real estate. Let's talk about this real quick. We already know that there's always a seller on a property, right? Somebody who maybe lives in the property or maybe owns it, right?
Okay.
You don't say okay, say yes.
Yes.
Because now I feel like I'm giving you some new news that you've never heard before. So we know that sellers own properties, right?
Yes.
It always starts with a seller, and then it always ends with an end buyer. Okay, what is an end buyer, Kelly?
The person actually purchasing the property?
Yeah, the person who's going to end up living the property with their family, their dog, whatever. That's the end buyer, right?
Oh, okay. So
what you're talking about is a cash buyer. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
So a seller, here's what happens. Sellers sell their property in one of three ways. Okay. They're either going to sell them FSBO. What does FSBO mean, Kelly?
For sale by owner.
Right. Okay. They're going to sell it for sale by owner. All right. Or they're going to sell it. What's another way they can sell it?
Wholesale.
Right. They'll sell it through an agent, or a wholesaler will contact them and lock up the contract. Okay. Those are the only three ways that an agent can sell a property. I'm sorry, a seller can sell a property, right?
Yes.
So let's say a FSBO, sometimes every once in a while, a FSBO can go right directly to an end buyer, but not likely. That's not usually how that works. Okay. Sometimes an agent will go to an end buyer as well, right? Directly, right? They utilize the MLS to go through the MLS to essentially find an end buyer. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. But let's say that this house needs a renovation and it's not in great shape, which is kind of what we're looking for as investors, right?
Yes.
So what happens is, in that situation, an agent will usually find a wholesaler, right? That's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be showing you how, as a wholesaler, how to reach out to agents and say, hey, let me buy that deal. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Or it's a wholesaler that called the seller directly and said, hey, I see that you are trying to sell a house for sale by owner. I'd like to lock that up underneath the contract. Okay.
Okay.
And what that wholesaler does a lot of times will then either A, sell it to another wholesaler, right? Daisy chaining. Ever heard of daisy chaining?
Yes.
Okay. Whatever happens.
It's called double closing.
Nope, that's not double closing. That's a great question. It's not double closing.
Okay.
If you want me to, I'll get to double closing in just a second.
Got it.
Okay, so no matter where it goes, is the wholesaler going to fix and flip that property?
No.
No, they're going to go and find what is called a what?
Buyer? Cash
Cash
buyer?
buyer.
Okay, cool.
Okay. So what Anthony was talking about earlier is he was saying, how do I determine my fee between me being a wholesaler right here? How do I determine this fee? If I got it locked up at $5 million, let's say in his situation, how do I determine my fee that I should be charging to my cash buyer who is then going to do what with the properties?
Are you talking about like exit strategies?
Yeah. Great question. Yes.
He can do long-term rental, short-term rental.
The only two things he can do at this point is one of two things. He can either sell it retail to a family, which would be an end buyer, right?
Okay.
That makes sense. Or B, he can hold it
Buy and hold.
as a rental. It doesn't matter what kind of rental, just as a rental, right?
Okay.
So when we talked about the 10% earlier, the 10% we were talking about was what this cash buyer wants to make when he sells it to his end buyer is 10%.
Got it. Okay, I see.
Okay, so what I was doing when I was underwriting that property earlier is that I wanted to, me as a cash buyer, I am a cash buyer and I'm a wholesaler, depends on the property and where I'm at. But me as a cash buyer, I won't look at a deal unless I'm making 10% of the sales price. So let's say I sell my property to this homeowner, this end buyer, for hypothetically $300,000. How much money do I want to net in my pocket after everybody's been paid off?
$30,000.
There you go, 30,000. Pretty easy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So the reason I gave you that number is not because I want you to learn how to be a fix and flipper or a cash buyer. The reason I gave you that number is so that when you are this person over here and you're trying to determine whether this is a good deal for your customer or not, you know what your customer is trying to make when he takes the property from you.
So he's basically just deciding what number he's comfortable making on the wholesale. Okay.
Now, where does this number come from? Okay. So we're going to reverse engineer into this just real quick. This one's pretty easy because you guys can learn how to come up with ARV. That's kind of scientific. It's already out there in the public market. We're not making that 300 grand up. That's what the market wants to sell the house for, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what you're going to do is you're going to back into this and you go, okay, well, my client wants to make $30,000 in profit. I think the renovation is going to be $100,000. And I think blah, 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 blah. I think my client's going to buy it from me at $140,000 hypothetically. Okay.
Okay.
Well, I already know what my buyer is now going to buy that from me for, so he can turn around and make his profit, right? That's the 140. That's what I taught you guys to do today, is to come up with ARV, come up with the renovation budget, and then essentially come up with what your buyer would pay for that property from you. Does that make sense?
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
So now you as the wholesaler, you now need to take that 140 and you need to subtract what you want to add as your profit before you go back to the agent or before you go back to the wholesaler or before you negotiate with a seller. So let's say in this situation, this is where the thing that's mathematical and really easy to figure out is the 140. Okay. That's really easy to figure out because we already know what a retail buyer would buy for that house. We already know the retail buyer is going to pay $300,000 for that house. Now, where did I come up with the 300? I literally just made it up for this example, right?
Yeah.
But we know that if this is the ARV, that means we've already looked at other properties that are the same size, same renovation model, all that kind of stuff, and they're selling for 300 grand. So scientifically, we know that the ARV is 100% 300 grand, right?
Yes.
Cool. So what we then do, based on the calculations I gave you earlier, we then come up with our reno budget and we come up with our, essentially what we're coming up with is our MAO, right? Our maximum allowable offer that a fix and flipper would pay for that property.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I gave you guys earlier, right? And I emailed that. Do you remember? Did you see me email that girl and say, hey, the max we would pay is 135?
Yes.
Perfect. So let's say that in this situation, that 135 goes here. That means I know a cash buyer would buy that property for 135. Okay. Makes sense. And why they would pay 135?
Yes.
It's important for a wholesaler to know that, because then the wholesaler can go, oh, I know my buyer's going to pay 135 for this property. I need to go and negotiate as low as I can to make as much money as I can. Okay. So let's say that you have a seller says, well, I'm good with $142,000. Do you think that's a deal that you can lock up and reasonably make money on?
Mm,
Going to be hard to take $142,000 and
yeah.
add profit and then sell it to your buyer, right?
Yeah. So am I using the 10% rule on the 142,000?
Nope. The 10% rule was already used down here.
Okay.
I'm losing you because you're
I'm overthinking it.
You're overthinking it.
Yeah.
You already said you already knew what I was talking about. So who is the person that cares about the 10% rule? Is only the cash buyer.
Okay.
Wholesalers only should know, listen to me, please. Wholesalers should only know about the 10% rule because you should know what your customer is going to do with the property. Your customer is a fix and flipper. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you care about your customer?
Yes.
So do you care about what their target profit is?
Yes.
Okay, their target profit is what? 10%. Okay, on the same page?
Yes.
Okay, so the only person that really uses the 10% in their calculation is who?
The cash buyer.
The cash buyer, who is your customer. Does this make sense?
Okay, so how are you deciding if it's a good deal or not for the wholesaler?
Okay, this is perfect. We've already covered this, but now I'm going to go back and do it again for a second time. Okay. Do you understand who uses the 10%?
Yes.
Do you use the 10% for your calculation as the wholesaler, or do you just need to understand that your cash buyer is going to use it for his calculation?
Just that the cash buyer needs 10%.
There you go. Cool. So we're on the same page there. I'm going to now backtrack, okay?
Okay.
So you, as the wholesaler, are never going to use your 10% calculation. All you need to do is come up with what your cash buyer will pay for that property. And we've already determined that. Your cash buyer is going to pay what for that property?
135,000.
Right, because he's going to sell it for 300. That's your ARV. That's why it's important for you to know ARV. They're going to, want their 10% of profit. And then that's why I walked through and showed you the renovation calculator. So you can come up with this 135 that your cash buyer is going to be able to be willing to pay. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Now we've established and we know that our cash buyer, based on our math, is willing to pay that 135.
Mm-hmm.
How do I determine what I need to go buy it for from the seller?
Oof.
This is where there's no math.
Okay.
Okay. This is where it gets confusing. It's like, wait, my cash buyer is using 10% as his profit target. Well, what do I need to do as my profit target? This is where wholesalers get crazy sometimes. Wholesalers literally just throw 50 grand on stuff and they'll go back to the seller and they'll go, okay, they'll literally say, let's just make this really simple. Okay. The wholesaler.
Are you trying to share your screen? There we go.
There you go. So let's say you've got the seller and you are working directly together, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So here's Kelly right here. You already know your buyer's willing to pay 135 for the property, right?
Yes.
So how much money would you like to make on your next deal, Kelly?
25K.
Okay, great. So in your mind, you go, okay, if I want to make 25K, I got to go back to my seller and try and get this property for $110,000. And that's how I make my money.
Cool. Okay. Yeah.
It's really that simple. Now, what happens if the seller, you go, okay, well, seller, I'd be good at 110. What if the seller comes back and he goes, Kelly, honestly, that's crazy. I have another person that's offering me $127,500 for the property.
Oof.
What do you say?
Are we switching strategies here?
Nope. Your seller just wants more money than what you originally were wanting to make. You can't make 25 grand on that.
I would mention the fact that it's going to need renovations.
If it's my first deal, you know what I would do, Kelly?
What?
I'd say, sounds great. I'll pay 128. Let's get the deal done.
Okay.
Because how much money can I make if I get it under contract for 128?
What is that? 13?
No, it's
Or
7.
no, 7.
So there you go. Would you take $7,000 over a stick in the mud?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so there you go. This is the wholesaler's life. Okay, you're playing the middleman all the time. And so when you know what your cash buyer is willing to pay, it gives you strong confidence to go and talk to a seller. And when the seller says something like, so think about this. Now let's ask another question. I know my buyer is willing to pay 135. Okay. A seller says, I want 162. What do I then do? Either A, B, or C. A, I negotiate. And I get better at talking to people and telling stories and building rapport and all the things you hear about online. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
B, you say, I'm not a buyer. And what you do is you follow up long term. Okay. Another thing you hear about online all the time. The deal's in the follow up, right?
Yes.
Or C, you convert them to creative. Another conversation for another day.
Right.
Because you know that you can't pay 162.
Yeah. Okay.
Is this, I know I answered your question, but I probably answered 7 other questions and I probably created 5 more.
No, all of it super valuable. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Did that help anybody else out? Ralph, what do you got for me?
Hey, yeah. So one of my questions are basically about expectations to use this system to make deals. So at the end of the 2 weeks, we're totally trained on this and just plowing through it. How many man hours should I expect to put into 25 offers, I believe it is, to close a deal?
Here's what I would do. Okay, if you're brand new and you have to if like Kelly is asking me questions about a lot of terminology, right? Actually, here's a great one. Everybody pay attention. This one's a really good one. In a normal world, right? Forget about real estate, but in a normal world, let's say I want to make $250,000 a year. Who makes $250,000 a year in our world outside of real estate? Doctors, nurses don't make $250,000. Maybe a very specialized one. Okay. Engineers, OnlyFans, physicians assistants, therapists, not teachers. Teachers don't make $250,000 a year. Okay. CEOs, top level people. So now let's ask this question. How many man hours do you think they put in a week to make $250,000?
60.
Okay. That's about right. I'd say that's accurate. People think 40 hours a week is going to make you that much money. That ain't going to be the case. So 60 hours a week. Here's a better question. How many training years did it take for them to get there?
Ridiculous.
Let's say 8 to maybe 14 years, right? Depending on the profession. let's downgrade it. Let's say 6 to 14 years, depending on who you are. Okay. So there's the answer in the regular world. I want to make $250,000 a year. It's going to take me 6 to 14 years. I'm going to have to spend, once I get to that point in education, experience, et cetera, I'm going to have to spend 60 years of my life just so I can come in here and say, how do I just become a wholesaler or a fix and flipper? On the day that you become worth $250,000 a year, you just realize I should have just gotten into real estate. So now let me answer your question. Okay. We all understand, and do we all agree that this is how most people make money in the regular world? Okay. So I want to make sure I give you a realistic expectation. Okay. In your first year in real estate, my personal opinion is that you should be able to make $250,000 a year as a side hustle. But I think that what's going to happen is in January, February, March, April, May, June, July, most of these months, you're going to be spending about 40 hours a week just learning the terminology and all the other things. And you might do a deal here, and you might do a deal here, and you might do a deal here, that type of thing. The thing that's going to hold you back is not the software. The thing that's going to hold you back is not your tools. The thing that's going to hurt you is your whether you have a community to help you, right? People are going to answer your questions quickly so you can continually learn and compound and compound and compound. Your terminology, right? All the things that you need to learn, et cetera. So let's erase all of this. Let's assume you know all of this, okay? Because there's going to be people in here that listen to me and go, well, Pace, you said that I should be able to do this many offers and do this many things and this, da. Guys, there's a lot to learn in real estate about the terminology and how to talk to people. This is why in my sub 2 mentorship, I never let people out of the mentorship, is because real estate is a lifelong endeavor. It takes years to be as good as me. Years, not weeks, not months. It takes years to be as good as me. Okay. However, it's way faster than anything else. So here's the answer to your question now that I've laid that groundwork. The answer to your question is, if you are proficient, do you need to be an expert? No. If I had to tell you what proficient means out of a scale of 1 to 10, I would say you could be a 4 on that scale and you could be proficient. What does proficient means? It means you know how to use the software, you know how to submit an offer, and you know how to find buyers. And then more importantly, you know how to rely on other people and crowdsource information. That's proficient. Okay. So if you are proficient at real estate and you have access to the software and other people around you, I would say if you spend 3 hours a day and you submit 5 offers per day, you're going to spend about 15 hours a week to get one deal. And here's what's going to happen. That means in 1 month, you'll spend 60 hours per month. And what is then going to happen is you guys think you're going to get 4 contracts. Well, guess what? You are actually correct. You will get 4 contracts, but more than likely, I'm giving you a real expectation. This is cash, by the way, not creative. This is cash. Out of 4 contracts, 2 of them will close. You need to have this expectation. Something will happen. There's a lien that pops up on the property. Somebody screws you. Something bad happens. Whatever it is, 2 of them will close. And if the average wholesale fee in America right now is about $15,000, that means I made $30,000 in 1 month working essentially 60 hours as somebody who is proficient. That's in the very beginning. You'll be able to compound. You'll be able to apply more work, especially if you put $30,000, some of that back in your business. You maybe hire some help. You'll get to a point where you make $100,000, $200,000 a month. Okay. So 4 contracts in a month, 2 of them will close, $15,000. And that is 15 hours per week using the software. Okay. Now, one thing I would tell you is that if you don't have anybody that's helping you out with the paperwork or the transaction, et cetera, if you have a really bad title company, you might end up having to spend about 5 hours a week babysitting your transactions. because you have a bad title company or you don't have a transaction coordinator or what have you. Okay. So would you work 20 hours a week in your first year of being in business to make $30,000 a month as you compound and stack skills?
Absolutely.
There you go. There's your answer.
And related to that question is, once as a wholesaler working with a flipper, would I expect the paycheck to be a couple weeks out from the time that the flipper signed the contract?
Yeah. So if you, let's go back to what Kelly talked about, right? We've got a seller. You and the seller get a contract. You take that contract, and where do you take that? You take that contract down to a title company, right? Your buyer wires his money to the title company, and on the day the escrow closes, remember what COE stands for, guys. It means close of escrow. That means the transaction has been completed, finalized. So in your contract, Ralph, let's say that your contract says that you guys are closing on August 1st, 2022. Okay. And your buyer signs the contract today, which is 7/21/2022. Well, guess what? You're going to have to basically wait 9 days until the actual close of escrow as it pertains to the day in your contract. So you actually know. Jacob Schaefer says, do we put EMD down or does the end buyer? When I was brand new, my end buyer put in the EMD. But now you've got people out there that their business model is giving you EMD as a loan. Okay. They're called gator lenders. There's a lot of them. There's gator lenders in here. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Okay. And then when you get more experienced, you just pay for your own EMD. After like your first year, you start just paying for your own EMD. So, Ralph, you would know your paycheck. You would know your day of the paycheck because your purchase contract that you are assigning or you are sending over to your buyer, your purchase contract actually has the close of escrow day, and the close of escrow day is the day you get paid. Actually, yeah. Close of escrow happens, let's say today, you get paid the next day.
And with this method, is it better to work with a buyer as a JV bird dog where he's actually on the contract and he pays me, or a simple wholesale arrangement?
You know, it's a great question. It comes down to a personality type. Okay. If I could answer a question for everybody, we got people. I'm going to tell you, I've got a different personality than you, Ralph. Do you stop at every red light? Because I don't. I don't. If you're at a red light and it says no right on red, do you not turn right on red? That's a challenge to me. I'm like, I'm going to see how fast I can turn right on red. So you and I live by different rules. We have different risk tolerances, right? Okay. And I calculate my risks, and I'm a little bit more risky of a person. Am I crazy? No, I'm not running red lights. I'm basically, if I'm in the middle of nowhere, I've got a red light right by my house that literally nobody's ever at, and it never changes to green. I could sit there for like 17 minutes and it won't turn to green. And I'm like, how did I just waste 17 minutes of my valuable life on an arbitrary color that means nothing to me in the middle of nowhere? Okay, well, it's telling me to not do it. So I take calculated risks. So same thing with personality types. Ralph, you're a little bit more of a reserved type of personality. Okay. This is why I'm asking you these questions, is because I'm in sales. I understand personality types and all that kind of stuff. So I can see the way you carry yourself. You'd be a great banker. You'd be a great CFO. Be great at holding my money. It's good stuff. It's good. It's not a bad thing.
Send it over.
Answering the question to you, I'm answering the question to you, but I'm not answering the question to myself. For you, working with your fix and flipper, the person who's going to buy the property and having their name on the contract and paying you separate, or however you guys want to work that out, might be better suited for your personality type. For other people, they go, no way, man. I'm not doing that. I'm going to lock it up myself, and I'm going to blast it out to 50,000 people, and I'm going to see who the highest bidder is. I'm going to control this contract. Ralph, I think you value a bird in the hand over 2 birds in the bush.
Yeah, especially now, beginning.
Right.
I have insecurity, so I want to make it safe.
Okay. So for me personally, I value not only the 2 birds in the bush, I'm hoping that those 2 birds are a male and female, and I'm hoping they go make babies, and I'm planning on waiting. I'm going to encourage them to make babies, and I'll risk it all. And then next thing you know, they're two boy birds, and I don't get any babies. I'm like, all right, well, whatever. At least I know I squeezed everything I possibly could out of the situation. That's more my personality. So you guys have to make decisions based on your own personality, as much as you don't want to hear that.
Makes sense.
Okay. Peggy Stevens says they can adopt babies. Yes, they can. They sure can. Love is love. You know what I'm saying? Is it legal to go through a red light in PA? It's not legal to go through a red light anywhere. Okay. All right. Everybody's saying they're going over the other training. Go over to Benson's training. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning. Looking forward to, we're going to show you guys how to find on-market deals tomorrow. And we're going to start showing you how to submit offers. We're going to start prepping and moving forward. We're going to practice more comping, practice more comping, practice more comping, practice more, all the things. Okay. Make sure you guys reach out to your accountability group leaders. We will see you guys